Good. Almost a week without making a stream. So last time I updated the to-do list, and now, as I put in the title, my plan is to initialize drawing habit. So put drawing, then I would like to test League of Legends and also Effective Altruism community. There is an event, online event of some sort from Friday to Sunday that I have applied to, and I don't know that much what this means. But let's do first life management, sure. Going the plan. Yes. So this is sort of my plan. Right now in my life there is a lot of things happening. A huge change has already started a month ago, where I started to do and not just consume and wait. But it still hasn't properly gotten grip. It started rolling. I'm still going back to entertainment like TikTok and YouTube, trying to find good content, but it's just, it doesn't affect the same that it has been. Is the mic working? It's almost like someone else is controlling my OnePlus 2T phone. I don't know why it's on and it's doing its own thing, but hopefully I will notice if the mic doesn't work. It happened last time, or I don't know. But as I said, I have tried to find enjoyment out of K-pop, out of just normal videos. Do I have browsers? Do I have to show? Let's see what's on Brave. I don't think I have signed in here. I will do that later. Then Vivaldi is for research. What was supposed to be the entertainment? Why can't I zoom out more? So Firefox, okay, main, and Chrome for development, because I haven't started development. Okay. And let's do plan. One thing also is the initialize casual coding. This is what I would like to have. The problem of this are that, or okay, First, I would like to replace content consuming with actual doing development, like drawing or coding. But because I don't have a habit, both of these require setting up the environment, choosing the tools. Right now, I have a question whether I should use Krita or Affinity to draw. And because I have these unanswered questions, the barrier to start them is quite high. Similarly, I still have high barrier to start streaming. That's why I didn't do this yesterday or 2 days ago when I could have. But overall, everything is going great. My life is amazing. But yeah, I don't think I need to yap anymore. Just start doing this. I already opened League of Legends on my main account, main Windows profile, but there was a tutorial that I thought I would like to go over here on stream. But now I'm curious if I can change the category on the fly. I think I should be able to, but who knows? Although, okay, it's not important. I'm thinking of YouTube right now. The category is people and blogs, but I could change that to gaming. But okay, I don't really need. I don't want gamers to start following me. Well, okay, I don't care, but that's not the goal. I think I will start with this. My setup currently is quite, well, not usual maybe. I have my keyboard, wireless keyboard on my lap, and then the mouse is here. I could stand up, and then have the mouse here, keyboard here. But I will try it this way. I must say, when I started to play World of Tanks over 10 years ago, my setup was I had keyboard here and then sideways mouse, because there was so little room. For this I need password manager. I have no idea what's the password, although QR code. No, that takes too long. So let me, not this. This is sideways. Okay, I will do this later. So I will. What I will do later is improve the streaming layout. But let's do now 3 entertainment league. Playing league. It's a testing out. Okay. So that category is correct. Why do I have to sign in again? Hope it's correct. Okay, good. And now the master password. Two 20 character passwords. Right there. Stay signed in. And I will just quit the Norwich Pass just in case sometimes it comes back. I know uninvited. All right. Okay, so it went straight back here. So keep Nuni. Rewards. So welcome to League. Try out a few champions and destroy enemy towers. Try out. Rewards. Okay. And oh, patching. Is it doing something? I'm curious. Is it doing something or don't show again? Network. Yes, it's downloading. Receive. The sending is the VR headset. Okay, but that's fine. League of Legends. Yeah, I really don't want to spend too much time on this game, but I will not become good player. But what I would like to do is use my brain as much as possible. So this would be something easy, casual, but also learning opportunity. What is the best way to learn? Come on. Now it's not even doing anything. Okay. It's weird that it doesn't show any progress bar indicator that it's actually running. It's weird. Of course, North Pass is still running, even though I thought I exited that. But oh well, we'll be done when it's ready. Drawing. Actually, now I could, yeah. If I don't have Chrome already, I have Chrome. Okay. Let's ping that. Microsoft Edge. So as I have planned browsers here, Edge is my main private browser on my phone, and also on my main or private Windows profile. But because I don't use Edge here, I can leave it. If I want to access this, now I can access everything from here. So I can access all of the bookmarks, history. I only need to sign in. And then I have this development Firefox where I have signed in. Because I can have multiple Firefox profiles, I could actually access this browser from here as well. That's good. Still. But okay, let's see. And Chrome don't have here. Would that mean that I'm gonna have only one? Wait, haven't thought about it. Pretty sure I use my main email address, Gmail address for Chrome. Should I create a new one? Okay, I will do this later. I will go through my Chrome history settings, bookmarks on my private Windows profile and do this later. Yes. I can now just use this if I want to. So this is my, this is my main. Although now when I'm streaming, I don't know if I can change the profile here. Okay, it's not easy. It's not easy. So in League of Legends, there are 5 different or roles. It's top, jungle, mid, bot, and support. Actually, now I'm curious. LoL ADC. What does the AD attack, damage, carry? Term used in League to describe champions that deal strong damage through basic attacks and scale with attack-related stats. Largely replaced by marksman. In official context, is still commonly used by players who refers to. What is the history of this name? ADC. Where did it originate? Attack, damage, and carry. I don't know, I just thought that it's kind of weird. Still patching. Interesting. I would have guessed that the user experience would be better, but clearly not. Can't do anything. Maybe I will leave this second Power toys is not running. Why? No, wait. Okay. Can't zone this task manager. It's still downloading. But yeah, League of Legends, there are five roles. Can I have the map? Map of Runeterra. Oh. Is this a game map or lore? Let's see. Yes, this is lore. Is it 3D? No. Planner. Okay. This is good. So one team starts from here, the other one from here. This is mid lane, and this is very, very nice way of describing it. That the logo says or shows it here: mid, bottom, top. This is top lane, mid and bottom, and then jungle area. And then this is a river, which kind of combines this. And there are towers on each side, and the target is to destroy enemy base. Before you can destroy this, you have to destroy 4 towers on that lane. Actually, both of these as well. You can't, I'm pretty sure you can't go here until you have destroyed all these 3 towers, or these 3 or these 3. The same goes the other way. On the bottom there, or how would I? So top lane, this is mainly 1 versus 1. With this role, you just go here and battle against one enemy top laner. And this is, I think, the most independent, lonely role. And then mid lane is kind of similar, one versus 1, but here, or okay, jungler plays against bots. So this is PvP against other player, and jungler plays a lot against bots, just clearing out, farming bots. And jungler goes around kind of everywhere here. Mid is 1 versus 1, and bottom is 2 versus 2, where there is the attack, damage, and carry player, and then support that supports this. So this is damage dealer, this is sort of tank, and I don't know, this is a hybrid of them, I guess. But mid can go, and of course in the end game anyone can go anywhere, but this is where at least the game starts. And there will be opportunities like jungler coming here, then it's 2 versus 1, or or maybe jungler goes here. It's 2 versus 1. They have to back down. But then they are in the safety of the turret, sort of. If I make this larger, how much larger can I? Ah, okay, this is good. See, seems like the LoL has downloaded the, yes. Now I just need to restart. Okay, it goes into the game. But because this is tutorial, I don't think it will show the same stuff. Okay. Come out and die. Misfortune. Ah. Just trying to see what's the way of.
You can move your champion by right-clicking a destination.
Okay, this is when I press Windows button, I can't escape. That's not good. So I can't use the full screen mode. Yes. Windows full screen. What is this? How can I escape this? Borderless. Maybe it's this. Why Windows doesn't work here? That's a problem. How can I exit? Normally, if I press Windows, it starts or opens the bottom, but not here. First of all, capping this, no. I don't think. Well, okay, I can leave it as that. Medium, I don't care about this sort of graphics that much. For me, it's very crisp already. Hide eye candy. How do I exit this? Mouse speed. Auto attack. I don't want that. Yes, use movement. No. Recommended jungle path. Okay, this is good. Clamp cast target location. Don't know about that. I will go over all the hotkeys and settings. I think music I will disable. At least now, I watched some tutorials about these settings already, like a week ago or a week and a half, and it said something that you should, or there's no need for music, because hearing is also important, hearing other champions' spells or attacks. But okay, I will go over this again, but now I have Zero idea how I'm going to escape. Didn't save, of course. Okay, I will. Is there something? Sound. Okay, let's save at least this. Unlock camera.
I know what I'm doing.
Yes, I have to exit the game because I can't control the stream for some reason. So why didn't Windows key work there? Let's see. Yeah. Alt tab. Ah, I could have just used Alt tab. Really? That's... Why didn't I think of that? Okay, I'm quite stupid. Yes. Yes, okay. It's just I'm used to being able to hit that Windows. So clearly the wait.
You can move your champion by right-clicking a destination. Don't get cocky. Attack the training minions by right-clicking on them once.
Once. No, but this auto attacks, no? Why does it fire all? That's not good. Okay, let's... Yeah. This is not important right now. Wait. Okay.
In League of Legends, you control a champion, a powerful and heroic individual. Each champion has unique and powerful abilities that set them apart from other champions. No two champions are alike. Let's light it up.
Lux.
We should too.
Wait, what? Why can't I? So I both have to move. This is terrible that I need to attack and move with the same. Nope. What is R? Can I try this?
Ready to set the world on fire.
Ah, here. Okay. Here. Ash? Ah, no. But this is terrible that I have to left click the this costs mana. Wait, it doesn't cost mana at all. Wait, what?
Clear a path to an enemy turret
Yeah.
and destroy it.
Apparently it doesn't cost mana at all. Ah, no. 28 per second.
You should wait for more of your minions to arrive before advancing.
I have no idea what of this should I use. What combo? Oh.
Always be wary around enemy turrets.
Nope.
The object of League of Legends is to pierce the enemy's defenses and destroy the nexus located in the heart of
Yes. Definitely. Current topic timer.
will come to the defense of friendly champions who are under attack.
Oh, that wasn't necessary. Yeah, it's a. It is quite chaotic. Hand of Nox is difficulty. Unlock your first champion, don't worry, you'll be able to get the rest. Misfortune I have seen in some video. Master Yi, maybe. Your abilities. damage, toughness, ability, crowd control, utility. Okay. History. I don't know what these are. Do I have to unlock some abilities, or what is this? Eternals. Mr. Year. Overview. So misfortune. Okay. Let me go over all of the abilities just quickly and okay, style. Champions tendency to deal damage to enemy champions using basic attacks versus abilities. Magic. I will not read that. So what is P? Just charge the target with energy for a few seconds. Lux's next attack ignites the energy, dealing bonus magic damage. Lux is level to the target. Alright. Sphere of light that binds and deals damage to up to 2 enemy units. Binds and okay. Prismic barrier. Wand and bends the light around any friendly target it touches, protecting them from enemy damage. So this is support. That was actually kind of showcased here already. Yeah, this is support stuff. Lucent Singularity fires an anomaly of twisted light to an area which slows nearby enemies. Lux can detonate it to damage enemies in the area of effect. Wait. Detonate. So do I need to keep it pressed? No. Maybe. Final spark. After gathering energy, Lux fires a beam of light and deals damage to all targets in the area. In addition, triggers Lux's passive ability and refreshes. Wait. Refresh illumination debuff duration. Yeah, I don't know about this one. So as I showed here, there are 5 different roles: top jungler, mid, ADC, and support. I thought about, and all players kind of must or should choose the role for them that they will then continue playing. All top players, they master one of these. Of course, they play other roles as well, but just to understand them better, maybe. Like in World of Tanks, there are kind of 5 roles. You have should play all of them to know how to encounter them. But here I thought about what role should I choose. Top, it does its own thing against other top player. This is quite chill, just goes here and does the thing. Jungler, this is quite interesting one, that it does its own thing, but then it has these opportunities to create counterattacks situations. 2 versus 1, it's often, I think, supporting the top, or yeah. So but it fights against bots, farms against bots. So I'm thinking of not going for this just because of this A or bot farming element. And then support, I don't really like the idea of needing to support others and being dependent on them. Although I like support role in life, but also in games I don't mind it. But I think for this game I don't want to pick the support. I would rather take sort of higher responsibility role. So that means either ADC, mid, or top. But I would like to get, or I don't like the loneliness of this. That it's sort of away from others. Though of course jungler and mid can come here and so on. But I think I would go for mid or ADC. Not sure which one. Mid is an interesting one, I think, that because, well, it's in the middle and it has the chance to go everywhere. ADC needs to have good, maybe communication, but collaboration with support. So this is sort of interesting to be. If support dies, then it's 2 versus 1. Same can be the other way around. So I think I will go for mid. But now I'm not sure if I start this game, start to learn it, then should I choose mid immediately or go first top and try to learn one versus 1 attacks and not having to worry all the map, because here there's nothing on this side. So I would just have to look for this way, this direction. I think, yeah, I would, of course, if I keep playing, I would try out all of them, but maybe go for mid immediately. Let's go over this. So that was Lux support. Let's see this again. So mobility, blinks or dashes, okay. Style, the champion's tendency to deal damage to enemy champions using basic attacks versus abilities. Okay. So it's more basic attacks. And then this, so double strike, every few consecutive basic attack mastery strikes twice. So is this a passive skill? No. Need to enable, I don't know. But alpha strike, Master Yi teleports across the battlefield with blinding speed, dealing physical damage to multiple units in his path, while simultaneously becoming untargetable. Alpha Strike can critically strike and deals bonus physical damage to monsters. So this is jungler, because it does bonus physical damage to monsters, meaning bots here. Okay. Master Yi rejuvenates his body by focus of mind, restoring health and taking reduced damage for a short time. In addition, Master Yi will gain stacks of double strike and pause the remaining duration on Wuchu Style and Highlander for each second he channels. And pause the remaining duration. Okay, so I can enable this and then press this and it doesn't waste. Okay, grants bonus true damage on basic attacks. Okay, and Highlander Wuchu Style. Master Yi moves with unparalleled agility, temporarily increasing his move speed and attack speed, as well as making him immune to all slowing effects. While active champion skills or assets extend Highlander's duration. Passively reduces cooldown for his other abilities on a kill or asset. Okay, so if I have this enabled and I kill, champion kills and assists extend Highlander's duration, so duration is increased and then reduces cooldown for other abilities on a kill or assist. All right, sure. And this I think is ADC top and mid, but let's see. All on attack. Okay. Love tap. Misfortune deals bonus damage, physical damage whenever she basic attacks a new target. So if she keeps hitting different targets, it's always more. Double up. Misfortune fires a bullet at an enemy, damaging them and target behind them. Both strikes can also apply love tap. Can also. Wouldn't that be certain? I don't know. Strut. Misfortune passively. No, wouldn't, because if she has already attacked this one, then it wouldn't love tap that, but okay. Misfortune passively gains move speed when not attacked. This ability can be activated to grant bonus attack speed for a short duration. While it's on cooldown, love taps reduce the remaining cooldown of Strut. Okay, so if I have used this, it's on cooldown, and then I keep firing different enemies, it will actually make this available faster. Okay. Passive gains move speed when not attacked. Reveals an area with a flurry of bullets, dealing wave of damage, sharpening, slowing them. Okay, so also slowing Misfortune channels barrage of bullets into a cone in front of her, dealing large amount of damage and can critically strike. Okay. So this, yeah, toughness. So it's tank. Wait, but I think this was... No! Basic attack versus abilities. How is this only basic attacks? Interesting. Hemorrhage. Darius's attacks and damaging abilities cause enemies to bleed for physical damage over 5 seconds. Attacking up to 5 times. Rageous gains massive attack damage when his target reaches max stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Alright. Decimate. Darius winds up and swings his axe in a wide circle. Enemies struck by the blade take more damage than those struck by the handle. Okay, so it shouldn't go too close. Darius heals based on enemy champions and large monsters hit by the blade. Interesting, so it heals. Rippling strike. Next attack strikes an enemy crucial artery. As they bleed out, their move speed is slowed. Huh? Okay. Apprehend. Darius hones his axe, passively causing him physical damage to ignore percentage of his target's armor. When activated, Darius sweeps up his enemies with his axe's hook and pulls them to him. Okay. Darius. And then ignores the armor. Yeah, sure, this could be very strong against tanks, of course. Noxian Guillotine. Darius leaps to an enemy champion and strikes a lethal blow, dealing true damage. This damage is increased for each stack of hemorrhage on the target. If Noxian Guillotine is a killing blow, its cooldown is refreshed for a brief duration. Refreshed. So it's sped up. Refreshed, okay, no. It's cut, okay. So it's just massive damage to an enemy champion. This damage is increased for each stack of hemorrhage on the target. Okay, so first use this. So having attacked and then using this, hopefully to kill. Okay. And let's see the last one. Crowd control. Okay. So abilities. Let's see the abilities. Blaze. Branch spells light his target's blaze, dealing damage over 4 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. If Brand kills an enemy while it is ablaze, he regains mana. When blaze reaches max stacks on a champion or large monster, it becomes unstable. It detonates in 2 seconds, applying spell effects and dealing massive damage in an area around the victim. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2. Okay. Sear. Brand launches a ball of fire forward that deals magic damage. If the target is placed, Sear will stun the target. Okay, so it uses this here as an example. This is without the stun, and here first did this and then stun. Okay. Pillar of Flame. After a short delay, Brand creates a pillar of flame at the target area, dealing magic damage to enemy units within the area. Units that are ablaze take an additional 25% damage. That are ablaze. So, okay. Conflagration. Brand conjures a powerful blast at his target that spreads to nearby enemies, dealing magic damage. If the target is ablaze, spread is doubled. So it's all about having if the target is placed, so having the target already placed. Let's see this. Pyroclasm. Brand unleashes a devastating torrent of fire that bounces up to 5 times off Brand and nearby enemies. Oh. Okay, this is interesting. Dealing magic damage to enemies each time bounce. Bounces prioritize stacking blaze to max on champions. If a target is ablaze, Pyroclasm will briefly slow them. But does this mean if it's ablaze before they hit or after they come back? Does that count? But yeah, this combinations 25% damage or spread is doubled. Like here. Okay. Eternals, don't know. I think I will go with this.
Set the world on fire.
Okay. Welcome to League. Let's go. Wait, what? Ah! 10 power-ups. Okay, okay. Okay. Let's see. Welcome to League of Legends. Wait, isn't this the same? No, this is the same. Huh? Do I need to do this again? Complete all tutorial games to unlock your reward capture. Okay, maybe, yeah. Just look the same. Maybe it guides new thing. Stuff. What? Okay.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Can I quickly change this? I don't like... No auto attack. I don't want that. Where can I... We're gonna change the... Oh, it's not here. Player movement. Mouse button 2. So what does mouse button 1 do? No, I want to... Okay, apparently I can't change it. Why? Attack? Let's just go with this then. Auto attack. So this is the triggering love that reduces the cooldown. I don't need to click this. Ah.
Not a problem.
So it bounces. First blood.
In League of Legends, you control a champion, a powerful and heroic.
Wait.
Each champion has unique and powerful abilities that set them apart from other champions. No two champions are alike.
What did this do? Let's see. Oh, this is E. Okay. If the target is placed, they will be stunned. Sure. Then reach a pillar of pure fire. Okay, so what? Pillar of... Okay. Shouldn't I use that first? Then blast surrounding units. And if it's okay. And what was this? Ah, bounce. Oh, that's good. So is it first E? No. Pillar of pure fire. Wants me to change the pure. Oh, teleport. Or what? I don't know if it wants me to. Ah. What is this? Ah. Okay, so yeah, it teleports. If there are no other targets dealing strike repeatedly. Reduce damage. Okay, so I shouldn't. So E just. Okay. So I could. Oh. Ah, this is difficult. Additional damage. Chinks. Okay.
Turrets will come to the defense of friendly champions who are under attack.
Okay. Carnage. Ah. Whew. That was huge. Huge damage. So yeah, this was the larger armor penetration. Okay. Oh, that wasn't good. So what was this? Next attack deals. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, let's go. Okay, so this doesn't do anything.
Effective League of Legends is to pierce the enemy's defenses and destroy the nexus located.
Why am I doing this? Why am I repeating? Oh. Kill still.
Always be wary around enemy turrets.
So turrets attack the first one that comes to. Okay, let's do this. Almost getting it. This day. DNF. Okay. I clearly. Are you sure we want to leave the tutorial? No, stay. First step. Try out a few champions and destroy enemy towers. Can't click anything. What's the catch here? What's the catch? If you do, you can come back anytime before level 11. I think it might be broken. Let's see. Let's restart it. Maybe I broke it. But yeah, the key bindings are terrible. I, of course, want to be able to move and then attack with a different button. So that's ridiculous that do everything with the right mouse button. Guess it's stuck. League of Legends. Thank you. Okay, now it works. Level up. Do more damage. This is probably the most difficult part where I need to level up this. Control Q, Control W.
Spend your skill points.
There are different misfortune. Wait, do I have all these? Ah, no.
3 lanes on this field of justice, each with its own turrets, inhibitor, and minion waves.
Can I choose?
Set sail.
Ah, buy items. Return. That was a... So P, item queuing. Generally good. Return as health. And pet damage. Okay. Reveals enemy stealth. Ah. It's free.
Step 2.
Yes, I can. Oh. Probably not. Okay, space bar.
Stay close to the battle to earn experience points.
Huh? Why are there 3? Ah, no.
Hockey.
Wait, there are only 4 heroes.
No way, no pay.
Why are you already fighting? What the fuck? So the point here is that you get cold when you
Champion has leveled up.
kill the
Levels allow your
the minions.
to improve their abilities.
Didn't get that. Didn't get that. Okay, time to leave. Ah. I guess this? Don't remember what it did. Ooh. Can I leave here? But don't I want to go back? What is the...
Not a problem.
Can we get the...
Your turret is under attack.
Guns blazing.
So can I now... Oh. But don't I...
Like my gun.
Oh,
And
I want to go back. So channeling. Okay.
Clear a path to an enemy turret and destroy it.
I know, recommended. Attack. I don't know, let's just choose this. I can I purchase this? Wait, purchase. Don't know.
I know what I'm doing.
Why does it come back? Gain
You've got danger.
ghost.
I like that.
Can I press this? What is this?
No prey, no pay.
Okay. I guess E is pretty good.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Oh, now I can get R. What was R? That wasn't good. Can we get the tower? Come on.
Always be wary around enemy turrets. Push to the enemy inhibitor.
No. There's no one in mid. What? Did I? What? Unavailable. Why? Oh. Purchase side. I don't know.
I've got a good feeling about this.
What if I go mid? Yeah, go mid. Why can't I transport? Yeah, I have no idea.
Step 2.
So apparently the bots are always on their own lane. Oh, that's not good.
Don't get cocky.
What was this? Passive. Okay, maybe I should have first. Maybe I should have waited for them to.
Not a problem.
Slow down. Yeah, that E is quite good. Ah, bad farm.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I should have waited for...
You should wait for more of your minions to arrive before advancing.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Why are we... Why are we going so far already? Wait, what?
Dangerous eyes. I like that. I've got a good feeling about this.
Ally slain. I have no idea. How much do I have? Can I get...
Your turret is under attack.
Ah, so I just bought all of them. Okay. What if I go here? Maybe I shouldn't. There is some rule that you can't go to other lanes before
You should wait for more of your minions to
yeah, no
arrive
shit.
before advancing.
Nothing but powder monkeys.
Your turret is under attack.
Oh. See if we can get this. Not quite.
I always shoot first.
Was quite bad. Okay.
Set sail.
If I go here.
Natural minion camps appear on both sides of the map. Destroy exposed enemy inhibitor.
Not a problem.
Victory is near. Destroy the enemy nexus.
Why is it so quick? What did the R do? Ah. Okay. Yeah, that's quite a lot of damage. Okay. So is it downloading now? I got this. Okay, good. Yeah, it's bugging. Level up your champion and do more damage. Buy items from the store to make your champion. Ah, okay, so that's the last tutorial. All right. But again, doesn't work. No idea why. But yeah, and then there are these events coming here. Baron, dragons, some turtles, extra money. And the whole point of this game, yeah, of course, is to destroy the enemy base and win. But how one should think about the progression and the target is just to get money. That's it. You get money by killing minions or killing champions or killing or destroying towers, and with money you get upgrades to your champion. That's the whole point, to make always just make your champion stronger. It doesn't matter if you die, if the trade overall is just better for your economy. That's how every fight should be looked at. What gives the most money? That's it. Okay, hopefully it works. Yes. Okay. I chose. So even though I chose the
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
even though I chose the
Slay enemy minions.
Don't get cocky.
even though
Neutral minion camps
I chose other champion, yeah, there are
Problem.
neutral enemies spawning into these sort of pockets. Ah, the minions are over here. What? I'm late. Give me that. How are we? Ah, there.
Guns blazing.
The enemies are. This is annoying to.
I know what I'm doing.
We can get played. Probably not. Or yes? No.
I always shoot first.
That gives more money. Let's get one plate. Okay.
Step two.
Where are the enemy? What's the point here? Primary quests. Kill the killing blow to 2 minions. Okay, so it wasn't. Should have purchased another item. I don't.
Sure you can handle me?
Now I realized that I could just press there. 2-minute cooldown. Become ghosted for 10 seconds. So I guess enemies couldn't see me. There are no enemies though.
I've got a
Instead.
feeling about this.
Just like experience, you gain gold whenever your champion slays a minion.
Okay, sure.
You've got
Okay.
dangerous eyes. I like that.
Turrets will come to the defense of friendly champions who are under attack.
Nothing but powder monkeys.
What? Where are my minions?
Set sail.
Oof.
You should wait for more of your minions to arrive before your champion is severely wounded.
Oh. Time to
Don't get cocky.
abandon. Retreat and secondary quests. Earn 3,500 gold. Actually, before even again bad
Not a problem.
bad trade. I think even before recalling, I can go to the store ready. This is an interesting one. So if I
You know what I'm doing.
so I can press this and place vision. Oh. That was important. Okay.
Sure you
So
can handle me?
yeah, I have
Summoner?
like the here I can place vision, but of course for this, wait, is there a dragon here?
Neutral minion camps appear on both sides of the
No
map.
pay.
I wonder whether I could. What was this? Channels.
Path to an enemy turret and destroy it.
Could I use R here? I guess not. Yeah, maybe this is why you should. No. I think there are certain I can't use it. Okay.
Good feeling about this.
What? Why couldn't I use that?
signal to return to the summoner platform.
Yeah. So here, if I can go Q item. I don't know. Can I get the free one? No. Anyways.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Destroy an enemy turret. Sure. Sure. Until she's hit in combat. Ah! Wait.
Set sail. The fun begins.
Where are you going?
Turrets will come to the defense of friendly champions who are
get
under
cocky.
attack.
Ah. Ah, okay. I understand.
No prey, no pay. I always shoot first.
Come on. I don't fully grasp that W, so it's just attack speed. Wait, that's good.
Turrets will come to the defense of friendly champions who are under attack.
Okay, well then I think this is quite good.
Handle me, summoner.
If I can
Inhibitor.
attack faster.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Don't forget to spend your gold.
And R was this. But
Nothing but powder monkeys.
so here it would be very, very important to quickly. What's this? Quickly go to.
Step 2.
Destroy all towers.
I know what I'm doing.
Here I could place another one. That was easy. Quadra kill. Yeah, this is quite
Always shoot first.
quick. 80 code only. Okay. It's quite bad.
Dangerous eyes. I like that.
Always be wary around enemy turrets.
I don't even have to. Oh. It was a mistake.
No prey, no pay.
I don't even have to do anything. I'm like, what? Why can't I use this? That is bad. Doesn't do anything, any damage. Yeah. That is like one hit. Alright, minions. Huh?
Don't get cocky.
It's taking so long.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Okay. Should be the end of the tutorial. Yeah, these hotkeys are terrible. Level up. Blue Essence. Summoner's Rift blind pick. What is this? Okay. Ah. So it's one behind. This is quite bad. Quite bad. Change the draw lines. like the optimal route to clear this, I don't know. Okay. Eraser. Text. But I'm interested to learn the champions like that against bots, because more time to actually recall what were the abilities, because it's mostly that. How much development do I get if I just go into some game and start spamming? 3000 blue essence. So here I'm interested to let's see, I go bathroom quickly. I'm not going to play a proper game to even test out any champions. Move on to the next topic, but first I would like to explore this a little bit and see what's to expect. For the next time, what sort of playing grounds there are. Match highlights, not for me. World's Pass. Explore the season. Okay. Unique goodies and unlock chromas available. All right. Just check store. 250,000. Okay, mystery icon. So gambling. Mystery reward. What can I even get with that 3,000? So 10,000 it seems like it's normal skin. Oh, here, mystery mini icon box. All right. And there are, okay. Some of these are cheaper. What is this? RP. Accessories, skins. Crafting. What? Okay. Inventory. So this I have now. Okay. Channels. Series. No idea what this means. Level of mastery. Milestones. Okay. How it works. Play games and get high grades to earn marks of mastery, battle pass, XP and more. And what do I do with this? Unlock champion title. You can continue complete bonus milestones to get extra marks of mastery. Yeah, I don't know if that has any effect on the game itself. Season 3 Act 2. Pass required. Okay. Play Runeterra. No. TFT. Cosmetic content is categorized and displayed. It's TFT. Yeah. Okay. Rain Shepherd. Arcane. Do I need to play? Social. Fractured. Sanctum. Guess that's shop. Sahen and Sundered. Objectives. 1,000 times with attacks. Okay. Dev update. Daily play. Take aim and take down the competition with marksman champion of your choice. Day 1. Unlock new league. So new player experience. Okay. Check your loot tab to claim rewards. Rewards. Marksman champion. With a marksman champion of your choice. But I get rewards. Yeah, I don't know how this works. Fighter champion. Mage. Support champion. Okay. Beginner's journey. Level up. Unlock new maps. New maps, spells, and other rewards each time you level up. Okay. So now I'm at 3. Here I got practice 6 practice tool. What? Two more new spells in the fight for a quick barrier or to slow the enemy. Here I get the teleport. So with this top champion, many battles 5v5 or big battles happen here. So the top champion has teleport and they can just teleport quickly. But yeah, so this I don't know how much grinding is needed. So now when I go to the game, do I have the same stuff that the enemy has or not? In World of Tanks, I could go with the stock configuration that I have the worst experience and worst stats and possibly no chance to win one-on-one battle. But in CSGO, for example, I think everyone starts at the same level. So if someone is experienced, they can just win easily. 37, I think this is the global chat or no, wait, objectives. Sacrifice 10 units to dark light, sacrifice all the... What? Win a game of 2 games. Play 2 games. 100 XP. Is this battle XP or what? Sorcery weeklies. Okay. Play a match-made game. 20 kills and or assists. Ranked, win 15. But so wait. I have collection. So champions. Can I now go to training ground with this? Abilities. Do I have to... What if I press play? Summoner's Rift. Here, training. Co-op versus AI. Team up with other players against a team of bots and destroy the enemy nexus. Okay. So there, I think this was what I played 8 years ago. Almost 10 years ago, possibly. New rules for faster games. Draft pick ranked. Narrow bridge. Arena. Training. Practice too. Practice your favorite champion in this 1 to 10 player Summoner's Rift training gym. All champions unlocked. Create a custom. Password join 1v1. Okay. So this was what I played just now. Do I get experience from this? But let's see what this is now. Team 2. So it's still okay. Change mode. Wait, no. Can I just start the game? Add bot. Okay, so I could add open to friends. Friends can join anytime from. As party owner, you can toggle the party open or closed. Okay, and I guess I can send the invite. Game name, general. Intermediate. Let's do. Intermediate doesn't sound. So that goes to top. Goes to middle. And I guess I will 6 champions unlocked. Blind pick. I don't know, let's see. Okay. So I could. This is unlocked. What if I press this? We have now added a rune recommendation. Huh? Runes. What is Bard? Support. Oh no. I think this is mage. Crowd control magic. Area. Okay. Do I have that? What do I have unlocked? Galio. Wait, the one that I have, is it in top? Yeah, no idea, but let's try. One game, just work. Prepare your loadout. No idea what that means. Yorick. Health. Let's do damage. Probably don't need this, but. So I guess they go here.
Seconds until minions spawn.
30 seconds. Oh my, there are so many of these. Add gold. Okay. So here I guess I can revive, teleport. Can I pause the enemy? Okay. Restart the game, win the game, fast forward. So 30 seconds. Okay. So I have no idea what this is. Additional damage. Worst. Oh. Either side. Ah. Yeah. Can I get more mana? Mm. Oh, that was bad. Ah, Yorick sensed that. Okay. I'm actually curious whether I can now change the bind auto attack move left click. So now if I do this, so this doesn't do anything. No, but it does. It's not that apparent because wait, but W. This is an interesting one that okay. Yeah, this is fine. And the battles against bots AI is also quite good because that's chill. There's no way we would lose, right? So time to go over the abilities and stuff. Okay. That's good. The next thing. Next thing. Actually, I think before I go to drawing, I will just do a little research about effective altruism. Researching effective altruism. What is it? I guess I could watch a video as well, but I'm pretty sure I haven't gone through their official website yet. Get more ideas on how to make a difference. Sign up for a newsletter. I think I already have. Not sure. I can do that later. Accept all cookies. Okay, let's start. Turning good intentions into greater impact. Meet people applying effective altruism to do more good with their time, money, and resources. What is effective altruism? Philosophy, using reason and evidence to find the most effective ways to help others. Essay, soon a movement, global network of people and organizations putting the ideas into practice. Featured in TED, New York Times, The Guardian, Forbes, The Economist, BBC. This is the newsletter. Effective altruism in action. Existential risk. See how people apply effective altruism across diverse fields. Found other people who deeply cared about making a positive difference in the world and really wanted to use all the tools that they could to find the best opportunities to do that. Found other people who deeply cared about yes and really wanted to use, okay. Social worker turned community health lead. Seeing the intellectual humility of people really trying to interrogate whether or not they are in fact doing the right thing. That wasn't something I had encountered in any workplace or community to this extent before. So these are the people. Okay, no link to any sort of list, or it's just, if I click this,
There are a lot of big problems to solve in the world. There's a lot of important work to do, and we really need people solving those problems. So we need organizations to start up that tackle them. My name is Stefan Fritz. I work for an organization in effective altruism called Ambitious Impact. One of the things we try to do is figure out what charities should exist in the world that can make the most impact, and then find co-founders to run those charities, give them funding, and then start those projects off in the world. I spent like the first 7 years of my working life with a very narrow vision of the good, and that included making a bunch of money and getting a nice house. I tried out the for-profit world. I realized that wasn't it. And then one day I was doing the math and I realized I sort of hit my financial goals. I like hit my narrow goals, and that opened.
Okay. Yes. So this is good. Yeah, I could check this out. People now interested of actual projects. What the community has achieved. Browse projects from the effective altruism community. Global health, economic development. Protect hundreds of millions of people against malaria through the distribution of insecticide-treated nets. This is an article against Malaria Foundation. $2 per net. 100% of the money buys nets. raised 780 million. Okay. How does it work? What? Why nets? Transparency. So this is the front page. Quite minimalistic. Sponsors, donors. Okay. Mobile financial solutions. Comment section. Effective Altruism forum. Pretty sure this is not supposed to be on such a large monitor, maybe. Well, okay, this is normal sized window. Donation election. 3 organizations. A lot of donations, of course, but where are the... What is this election? How can we diversify funding in EA? Can funders have... Okay. This is the forum. I guess I will save the... do I use the right browser? Okay, now it doesn't matter. Advocated for human challenge trials. COVID-19 implemented regulations that are projected to prevent lead exposure in tens of millions. Lead exposure by 2100. Cash transfers. Re-enroll buying farm equipment. Study engineering at the university. Okay. Give directly. Cash aid. Animal welfare. My interest is not really here. It's not directly helping people to get out of poverty. And not in animal care. It's more about policy, politics and power, information, study, or education. Although education was mentioned here, but not in that way. I feel like that's not the problem really. The problem is in in AI, let's see. Researched the implications of super intelligent AI for humanity's future. Okay. Forethought. How should we navigate explosive AI progress? Pairing. It's a very engaging website, at least. March. How a small group could use AI to seize power. Abstract summary. Okay, so it's research papers. And okay. This is nice. Coop. Okay. Better futures. Near-term catastrophes like human extinction. I don't really care about that. No easy. Utopia. Yeah, this seems like, yeah, this is interesting. Could read this. Pioneered advances in the field of mechanistic interpretability. Interpretability. Research. or ideas you probably already agree with. It's important to help others. I think that we should. There's equal considerations, yes. I guess this is the introduction to what EA does. Yes, what are some examples? I'll read that just in a moment, and I will go back to stuff that I went past, research and ideas. Insights and research that has shaped the movement. Moral problems of our time. Case that career choice is your key moral decision. Book, okay. Okay. Take a free online course. Match your skills, apply to opportunities, and build a network. There was a course, some sort of course, reading course maybe, in this fall in Tampere, but I should have applied to that many months ago. But maybe there will be another one in the spring. I don't know. I guess this is the same. Yes. Donate, can't do that. Career guidance. 80,000 hours. Okay. Attend conference. Let's see more. This is what I want to do. This also. This. This. High impact career pivot. Okay. A traineeship. This text generated by AI. That's fine. All right. Career guide. Get one-on-one career advising. So I read it. Maybe I could even find the link. Let's see. So EA Connect 25. Big part of the conference experience is arranging one-on-one meetings with mentors. We recommend starting soon to have enough time to confirm meetings before the conference. Okay, let me see. No one watches this. If I can, I will go to Gmail. See. Okay. Attendee guide, my profile, find mentors, discover the program. This is the email. All you have to do is activate your profile with the tap of the below button. Okay, let me press that. See if it leads me anywhere. Accept cookies. Yes, yes. All right. And I just want to, okay, shouldn't show my email. So this is the swap card, I guess some conference app, and my profile I can edit, seems. So virtual conference from 5th of December to 7th. So Friday till Sunday. Let's see, agenda. Choose 24. Yeah, my zone. That's fine. So from 2 to 3 p.m. Welcoming space for anyone interested in connecting around shared experiences, interests, or goals. Join a mix of small group and one-on-one conversations designed to help you meet new people, exchange ideas, and explore topics you care about. No background knowledge needed. Expect to engage with participants from different backgrounds, levels of experience, and perspectives, including attendees who may be encountering EA ideas for the first time. Okay. Join here. Meetup Asia. So is this to for Asian people or anyone interested? Huh. Registered attendees. It's a bit unclear. It says that in the name, but opening remarks. Opening talk. It's at the same time. David Solar from EA Connect organizing team. Live stream. No. This is quite difficult. These are all the 5th day, 6th. AI recommendations. Learns from each participant's profile and usage preference to deliver. All right. Okay. Christians in EA. AI recommendations. Right. This could be in order. Why does it start from here? Idea. But I guess this makes sense. Getting a surfers. Serendipity. What? The faculty of making fortunate discoveries by accident.
Serendipity.
Serendipity. Serendipity. Many talented people would love to pursue an impactful career, but applying to jobs can be tough. It can feel like playing the lottery, especially if you hear there are thousands of other applicants for the same position. This talk, Kevin will discuss pragmatically how you can pursue a career in the farmed animal advocacy movement beyond simply applying for jobs. What? Okay. Office hours. Casual setting, okay. People of color. So, Meetup Asia. Relaxed speed friending. Want a relaxed way to mingle and make new friends? Join us for rounds of speed friending. Each conversation will last for a few minutes before you move on To the next person, feel free to come and go as you please. 100 attendees registered. Yeah, this seems like a good thing. AI thing, don't know if I'm that interested. Let's see. The goal of AI alignment is to figure out how to get. Okay, I think I will come back to this, but yeah, there are many things that I could love. Neurodiversity. I think I could join this, but yeah, this is already a good start. Now I would like to get a better picture of effective altruism, and what I'm kind of curious is why there aren't links to good videos to explain these videos, podcasts. Okay. Here, how can we do most? I'm not interested in the general level stuff. I think you're right, even if you're wrong. So these are videos about different topics, but I want videos to explain how to use this website. And I kind of don't see one. I see people, this is good, but I feel like this is very difficult to get into, or at least for me, if someone if someone did send me URL to this website a few years ago, I think I wouldn't even read this very far, because it just reeks similarity to every other website. And even when I have opened many pages, I see research paper and I'm like, okay, I'm not interested. So where are the simple videos that, hey, this is someone from 2025, August, September. So new videos. I of course, yes, it's interesting to watch these videos, but yeah, I can do that. Let's click this. When was this? 7 years ago. Okay. What about this? Nine years ago. Don't care. What about this? 12 years ago. I get that the information hasn't probably changed that much, but how do you expect to get me hooked into this stuff if there aren't any kind of easy videos that I could watch from this moment? It needs to be updated, of course, but I would assume that someone could be interested to do that. But I think this will explain this best if it's linked here at the top, and it's the oldest one, at least from these ones. I have watched Gurgasak videos and also TED, but these aren't here, and introduction. So maybe this is better. Let's see. 35 minutes, 8 years ago. So that's a big minus from me. What I will do before that though is want to write my notes, my thoughts about this. So research. Guess it doesn't matter right now. Effective altruism. Let's take the URL first. View videos. No. Feels like politics hard to get into because so right away high barrier to enter. High barrier to enter. This is my feeling. Doesn't mean that every person feels this way, but at least I do. Even when I'm interested of this, and I will, of course, go into the join this community, but still, I don't find those hooks here. But they had, okay, YouTube channel. Page isn't available. Okay, maybe it's not videos, it's Effective Altruism. Channel doesn't have any content. Okay. So, writing Effective Altruism, the first one is this. Peter Singer. 6 months ago, charitable shrimps explores the limits of effective altruism, the Daily Show. What? 3 years ago. I think this video was there. No. Pretty sure I saw this. The rise and fall of X. Okay. I think what I will do is I'll create a playlist. New one. Yeah, probably. Let's do EA. And the rich have their own ethics. Effective altruism. 3 million. Okay, let's, yeah. 6 minutes. I'll probably add all of this. This, yes, definitely. 10 years ago. Sure. I think it's just easier this way. And gorgeous morality 2 years ago. Sam Harris. I can always search again. Egoistic altruism. $100. This I want to see. Philosophical challenge. Silicon Valley. Okay. Before I start watching, I want to
I think one real challenge.
using evidence-based farm animals. I don't care about specifics. London 2025. 100 views, 2000 views. Shapes global health. So all of this is very difficult to get into. 50-minute videos. I have enough. Let's go to playlists and view full. And this is the oldest one, so let's go with that. Do I need to make the screen smaller? Okay, I think this should be fine. I'm not going to full screen it. Although, actually, I don't even need the full screen myself. This is, what would I say, 40-inch TV. That's sized for me. I doubt the resolution will be that important. But let's see. Ethics class brought me here. I don't have that, but that's okay. I do need some extensions though. No, enhance. Huh? Oh, is it even? Structured comments layout. Better TV. Have they? Of course, this, yes. But okay, so don't have access to that anymore. Kind of liked it. It's fine, I can work with this without it. It's quite loud. It's fine. Okay. Effective altruism.
There's something that I'd like you to see.
It's a story that's deeply unsettled millions in China. Footage of a 2-year-old girl hit by a van and left bleeding in the street by passers-by. Footage too graphic to be shown. The entire accident is caught on camera. The driver pauses after hitting the child, and back wheels seem resting on her for over a second. Within 2 minutes, 3 people pass 2-year-old Wendy by. First walks around the van until completely. Others look at her before moving off.
What? Okay.
There were other people who walked past Wang Yu, and a second man ran over her legs before sprinkling her. Raised the alarm. She was rushed to hospital, but it was too late. She died. I wonder how many of you, looking at that, said to yourselves just now, I would not have done that. I would have stopped to help. Raise your hands if that thought occurred to you. As I thought, that's most of you. And I believe you, I'm sure you're right. But before you give yourself too much credit, look at this. UNICEF reports that in 2011, 6.9 million children under 5 died from preventable poverty-related diseases. UNICEF thinks that that's good news because the figure has been steadily coming down from 12 million in 1990. That is good. But still, 6.9 million is 19,000 children dying.
Okay. Child mortality. Yeah, that example was kind of ridiculous. How would some people just walk by? Maybe they didn't understand that it was actually a human being there. I know that in China, it's not, or it can harm your social credits to help others, that people avoid helping. But 12 years ago, and that sort of situation, I would assume that people wouldn't care about their social credits that much, but oh well.
Every day. Does it really matter that we're not walking past them on the street? Does it really matter that they're far away? I don't think it does make a morally relevant difference. The fact that they're not right in front of us, the fact that they're of different nationality or race, none of that seems morally relevant to me. What is really important is, can we reduce that death toll? Can we save some of those 19?
For me, it does make a huge difference. If I think about someone dying on the other side of the planet, I don't have any connections to them. I don't see a picture of them. I don't have live video or connection. I don't really mind, and I feel like most people are, I'm pretty sure most people are like this, that the morality doesn't extend that heavily to all people or all people suffering, especially without any sort of connection other than number that this is happening. But let's see, I'm interested to hear what he's gonna say. I don't want to hear the same thing that many people try to push, the narrative that people should just be better. They are kind of angry, frustrated that why don't you help? That doesn't take anywhere, it's just psychology. So I would like to actually learn something new here, and not just that he will explain how the world works, not show how people can evolve and develop themselves.
1,000 children dying every day. And the answer is, yes, we can. Each of us spends money on things that we do not really need. You can think what your own habit is, whether it's a new car, a vacation, or just something like buying bottled water when the water that comes out of the tap is perfectly safe to drink. You could take the money you're spending on those unnecessary things and give it to this organization.
Okay, yeah. Sure, let's see where this goes.
The Against Malaria Foundation, which would take money you give it and use it to buy nets like this one to protect children like this one. And we know reliably that if we provide nets, they're used and they reduce the number of children dying from malaria. Just one of the many preventable diseases that are responsible for some of those 19,000 children dying.
My stance on this is I don't want to use my money on things that I'm not confident will actually help in the long term. If the problem is the governments, then what help does it give to do something that the government should do instead? But yeah, I have talked about this, of course.
Every day. Fortunately, more and more people are understanding this idea, and the result is a growing movement, effective altruism. It's important because it combines both.
Growing movement. I wonder what's the history of this. Effective altruism. Actually, I think it should read here. When did it born, the idea? in some way, or its philosophy, and of course it has always been there. Inspired by effective altruism. Don't see it. Okay. Learn online intro course. Maybe this is the one that I should apply. No, it can't be that long. 8 weeks. What? No. So about, let's see. Do they have about page? Frequently asked questions. What is effective altruism? When? For me, it's very, very important to know when it started. So this doesn't tell anything. Let's go to Wikipedia. Effective altruism is 21st century philosophical and social movement that advocates impartially calculating benefits and prioritizing causes to provide the greatest good. It is motivated by using evidence and reason to figure out how to benefit others as much as possible and taking action on that basis. Okay, history. Beginning in the latter half of the 2000s, several communities centered around altruist, rationalist, and futurological concerns started to converge, such as the evidence-based charity community centers or Give Well, including open philanthropy, which originally came out of Give Well Labs, but then became independent. Community around pledging and career selection for effective giving, centered around giving. Okay. 80,000 hours organizations. Singularity Institute, now MIRI, for studying the safety of artificial intelligence. Future Human Institute studying. Okay. In 2011, Giving What We Can and incorporate into an umbrella organization and held a vote for their new name. The Center for Effective Altruism was selected, and the Effective Altruism Global Conference has been held since 2013. Individuals who were not part of a specific community but who had been following the Australian moral philosopher Peter Singer's work. Philosophers who have helped popularize effective altruism, but this is very, very new thing. Okay, so 2013, 2011. Applied ethics, particularly feminine affluence and morality. 72, liberation 75, 2009. Okay. Singer himself used the term in 2013 in a TED talk titled The Why and How of Effective Altruism. Okay, so this is really the beginning. Good.
And the head. The heart, of course,
Let's continue.
but it's really important to use the head as well to make sure that what you do is effective and well directed. And not only that, but also I think reason helps us to understand that other people, wherever they are like us, that they can suffer as we can, that parents grieve for the deaths of their children as we do, and that just as our lives and our well-being matters to us, it matters just as much for all these people. So I think reason is not just some neutral tool to help you get whatever you want, it does help us to put perspective on our situation. And I think that's why many of the most significant people in effective altruism have been people who've had backgrounds in philosophy or economics or math. And that might seem surprising because a lot of people think philosophy is remote from the real world. Economics, we're told, just makes us more selfish, and we know that math is nerds. But in fact, it does make a difference. And in fact, there's one particular nerd who has been a particularly effective altruist because he got this. This is the website of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And if you look at the words on the top right-hand side,
What?
it says all lives have equal value. That's the understanding, the rational understanding of our situation in the world that has led to these people being the most effective altruists in history, Bill and Melinda Gates and Warren Buffett. No one, not Andrew Carnegie, not John D. Rockefeller, has ever given as much to charity as each one of these three, and they have used their intelligence to make sure that it is highly effective. According to one estimate, the Gates Foundation has already saved 5.8 million lives and many millions more people getting diseases that would have made them very sick, even if eventually they survived. Over the coming years, undoubtedly the Gates Foundation is going to give a lot more, is going to save a lot more lives. Well, you might say, that's fine if you're a billionaire, you can have that kind of impact. But if I'm not, what can I do? So I'm going to look at 4 questions that people ask that maybe stand in the way of them giving. They worry how much of a difference they can make, but you don't have to be a billionaire. This is Toby Ord. He's a research fellow in philosophy at the University of Oxford. He became an effective altruist when he calculated that with the money that he was likely to earn throughout his career, an academic career, he could give enough to cure 80,000 people of blindness in developing countries and still have enough left for a perfectly adequate standard of living. So Toby founded an organization called Giving What We Can to spread this information, to unite people who want to share some of their income, to ask people to pledge to give 10% of what they earn over their lifetime to...
Okay. Giving what we can.
Fighting global poverty. Toby himself does better than that. He's pledged to live on £18,000 a year, less than $30,000, and to give the rest to those organizations. And yes, Toby is married and he does have a mortgage. This is a couple in a later stage of life, Charlie Wrestler and Diana Sharp, who when they were young, when they met, were activists against the Vietnam War, fought for social justice, and then moved into careers.
Thinking of what if there aren't any good videos about effective altruism that show more visuals, so show more realistic projects from people's perspectives. Maybe that could be something I will do instead of generally, or okay, maybe the ways one can help in this world. The topic for my possible first proper video that could include effective altruism and showcase what it is better. If for some odd reason I couldn't find other videos explaining better, of course I have here effective altruism in 100 seconds. I hope some of these are visually good, but especially this 8 minutes in, and it's just talking about fundraising and helping the poor, which is not, or directly, which is not what I'm after. But it's understandable, of course, if this is kind of the foundation for this community and idea.
Most people didn't really do anything very active about those values, although they didn't abandon them. And then as they got to the age at which many people started to think of retirement, they returned to them, and they decided to cut back on their spending, to live modestly, and to give both money and time to helping to fight global poverty. Now, mentioning time might lead you to think, well, should I abandon my career and put all of my time into saving some of these 90,000 lives that are lost every day? One person who's thought quite a bit about this issue of how you can have a career that will have the biggest impact for good in the world is Will Crouch. He's a graduate student in philosophy, and he set up a website called 80,000 Hours, the number of hours he estimates most people spend on their career, to advise people on how to have the best, most effective career. But you might be surprised to know that one of the careers that he encourages people to consider if they have the right abilities and character is to go into banking or finance. Why? Because if you earn a lot of money, you can give away a lot of money. And if you're successful in that career, you could give enough to an aid organisation so that it could employ, let's say, 5 aid workers in developing countries. And each one of them would probably do about as much good as you would have done. So you can couple the impact by leading that kind of career. Here's one young man who's taking this advice. His name is Matt Wagner. He is a student at Princeton in philosophy and math.
Okay, this I like, actually concrete examples of how people have taken this challenge and actually changed their lives according to these values.
Actually won the prize for the best undergraduate philosophy thesis last year when he graduated. But he's gone into finance in New York. He's already earning enough so that he's giving a 6-figure sum to effective charities and still leaving himself with enough to live on. Matt has also helped me to set up an organisation that I'm working with. It has a name taken from the title of a book I wrote, The Life You Can Save, which is trying to change our culture so that more people think that if we're going to live an ethical life, it's not enough just to follow the thou shalt nots and not cheat, steal, maim, kill, but that if we have enough, we have to share some of that with people who have so little. And the organisation explores together people in different generations, like Holly Morgan, who's an undergraduate, who's supposed to do 10% of the little amount that she has, and on the right, Ada Wan, who has worked directly for the poor, but has now gone to Yale to do an MBA and have more to give. Many people will think, though, that charities aren't really all that effective.
Isn't charity? Yes. This is exactly what I have not found. I have not found any place that kind of shows the transparency of charities. Any website I go to are very similar to that Effective Altruism page or website that for me it's very boring. This is not the way. And also their marketing often is not very well thought, in my opinion. That it just doesn't have enough hooks. The content is too long and so on. So this is way too complex for someone who is still in the edge of deciding whether they even care about this or not. I think I already said that I wouldn't have what's the word, acted on this if I saw this website only. No, or in a few years ago. Let's see.
So let's talk about effectiveness. Toby Ord is very concerned about this, and he's calculated that some charities are hundreds or even thousands of times more effective than others. So it's very important to find the effective ones. Take, for example, providing a guide dog for a blind person. That's a good thing to do, right? Oh, right, it is a good thing to do. But you have to think what else you could do with the resources. It costs about $40,000 to train a guide dog and train the recipients so that the guide dog can be an effective help to a blind person. It costs somewhere between $20 and $50 to cure a blind person in a developing country if they have glaucoma. So you do the sums and you get something like that. You could provide one guide dog for one blind American, or you could cure between 400 and 2,000 people of blindness. I think it's clear what's the better thing to do. But if you want to look for effective charities, this is a good website to go to. GiveWell exists to really assess the impact of charities, not just where they're well run. And it screens hundreds of charities, and currently is recommending only 3, of which the Against Malaria Foundation is number 1.
The problem with many of these researches and studies are that if they're not able to show it in 30 seconds or just a few pictures with 30-second video, it's not going to reach many people. It's already too late. For me, if this was found some charity website, and I doubted that, I don't trust the bureaucracy, I want to see the results. If there was 30-second video or full page on the evidence that is actively updated, then I would be okay. Actually, this is very active community. They care about the transparency. So there are clear videos showcasing that my money would go here and then here. These are the people in the middle and so on. But this is terrible.
So it's very tough. If you want to look for other recommendations, thelifeyoucansave.com and Giving What We Can both have a somewhat broader list. But you can find effective.
I don't know why it is. That's what I want to find out. And I could be very naive, of course. Maybe I know nothing about web development. It would be very difficult, or just video making. But I doubt it. There are no presentations here. There could be 10-slide presentation. Instead, I get this. This is not for someone who isn't conscious about this already. This is for someone like me who who is already motivated to do the same even without all this being available already, being built already or established.
Organizations. And not just in the area of saving lives from the poor. I'm pleased to say that there are now also websites looking at effective animal organizations. That's another cause that I've been concerned about all my life. The immense amount of suffering that humans inflict on literally tens of billions of animals every year. So if you want to look for effective organizations to reduce that suffering, you can go to effective animal activism. And some effective altruists think it's very important to make sure that our species survives at all. So they're looking at ways to reduce the risk of extinction. Here's one risk of extinction that we all became aware of recently when an asteroid passed close to our planet. Possibly research could help us not only to predict the path of asteroids that might collide with us, but actually to deflect them. So some people think that would be a good thing to give to. There's many possibilities. My final question is, some people think it's a burden to give. I don't really believe it is.
Wait, what? Question 4. Isn't it a burden to give up so much? In some ways it is. Of course, this doesn't say how big of a burden, but to give to charity without seeing the results, without feeling it, it's not easy. It doesn't make it natural for humans. The same reason why this internet is not natural. It's affecting many people very, very poorly or negatively. Well, the social media effect. People compare other people's public presence, and of course that creates anxieties, so on. So it is a burden, at least in this regard, not having the connection to where the money goes. It's here.
Final question is, some people will think it's a burden to give. I don't really believe it is. I've enjoyed giving all of my life since I was a graduate student. It's been something fulfilling to me. Charlie Bressler said to me that he's not an altruist. He thinks that the life he's saving is his.
Before you don't think of it as a burden, you have to grasp the situation. You have to control your own life. But as long as the life isn't in order, there are difficulties. Bringing something extra to that life is of course a burden. In my case, it would be a burden to start donating to a charity, because I would feel the pressure to research it. Of course, if I had proper income, then maybe it wouldn't be a burden. So I guess that's what it is going after here.
Zone. And Holly Morgan told me that she used to battle depression until she got involved with effective altruism, and now is one of the happiest people she knows. I think one of the reasons for this is that being an effective altruist helps to overcome what I call the Sisyphus problem. Here Sisyphus is portrayed by Titian, condemned by the gods to push a huge boulder up the top of the hill. Just as he gets there, the effort becomes too much, the boulder escapes, rolls all the way down the hill, he has to trudge back up, push it up again, and the same thing happens again and again for all eternity. Does that remind you of consumer lifestyle, where you work hard to get money, you spend that money on consumer goods you hope you'll enjoy using, but then when you're gone, you have to work hard to get more, spend more to maintain the same level of happiness, kind of like on a treadmill, you never get off, and you never really feel satisfied. Becoming an effective altruist gives you that meaning of fulfillment. It enables you to have a solid basis for self-esteem, which you can feel your life was really worth living. I'm going to conclude by telling you about an email.
Yeah, that's true. I have donated blood now 11 times, although 2 times I couldn't donate because for some reason it didn't work out. The blood didn't come fast enough, or last time a week ago the the nurse put the needle in the wrong place and or pierced the what is it called, the vein through, so it started to swell a little bit, and they had to stop the donation, but yeah. Anyways, I have donated many times, and it gives me just a small amount of not happiness. What is it? What's the word? Well, good feeling that I have given or done something good, especially a few years back when I was more depressed maybe, and my future was very unclear if I ever do anything good. So just a small thing there that I donated blood and knew that it helps someone at least, that my life isn't just consuming and wasting other people's resources. So in similar matter, that is very good thing, and it will can fulfill many people's lives.
That I received while I was writing this letter, this talk, just a month or so ago, from a man named Chris Croy, who I'd never heard of. This is a picture of him, showing him recovering from surgery. Why was he recovering from surgery? The email began, last Tuesday, I anonymously donated my right kidney to a stranger. That started a kidney chain which enabled 4 people to receive kidneys. There's about 100 people each year in the US and more in other countries who do that. I was pleased to read it. Chris went on to say that he'd been influenced by my writings and what he did. Well, I have to admit I'm also somewhat embarrassed by that, because I still have 2 kidneys. But Chris went on to say that he didn't think that what he'd done was all that amazing, because he calculated that the number of life years that he'd added to people extension of life was about the same that you could achieve if you gave $5,000 to the Against Malaria Foundation. And that did make me feel a little bit better, because I have given more than $5,000 to the Against Malaria Foundation and to various other effective charities. So if you're feeling bad because you still have 2 kidneys as well, there's a way for you to get off the hook. Thank you.
Okay, nice. We'll go to the bathroom and then move on to the next one. For doing so, I have a scene for this. Okay. So, why and how of effective altruism? I think this was quite okay introduction. It gave some examples. But it didn't go that deep. But it's fine. Let me. I want to go here first or next. Let's choose this. I don't really need to do this, but okay.
A burning building.
What if the baby? Great video. Let's see.
A child and a priceless Picasso.
What?
Picasso. A moral dilemma that forces us to confront the stark reality. Some argue that in this situation, the rational choice is to save the painting, as its sale could fund life-saving initiatives. Overall,
If I could save something, well, the baby is the logical. Yeah, I don't think it's even. Even question.
Having a greater impact on global well-being. Welcome to Effective Altruism, a 21st century philosophical and social movement that advocates impartially calculating benefits and prioritizing causes to provide the greatest good. Philosophical roots trace back to Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill, who laid the groundwork for utilitarianism, emphasizing the greatest happiness for the greatest number. In the 1970s, Peter Singer's essay, Famine, Affluence, and Morality, introduced the idea that failing to help distant others when it's in our power is morally equivalent to ignoring someone drowning in front of us. The movement takes as its premise that people ought to do good in the most clear-sighted, ambitious, and unsentimental way possible, and view philanthropy as a global optimization problem, deciding to debug human suffering using spreadsheets, linear regression, and ruthless cost-benefit analysis. The effective altruism movement gained momentum in the mid-2000s, inspired by Peter Singer's work and the growth of organizations focused on charity evaluation and career alignment with its principles. Will MacAskill and Toby Ord, Oxford philosophers, formalized the movement with their books and organizations, particularly the Center for Effective Altruism and the launch of Giving What We Can organizations, advocating for individuals to pledge a portion of their income to highly effective charities. The movement received another boost of mainstream attention and criticism with the bankruptcy of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX, as founder Sam Bankman-Fried was a major funder of effective altruism causes prior to late 2022. Effective accelerationists have turned to fretting about existential risks, and the movement itself becomes an object of recursive optimization, as you will end up having to answer questions such as, what's the most effective way to do effective altruism itself? Critics call it cold, supporters call it the most rational approach to human welfare ever conceived, but the truth might be somewhere in the probabilistic middle. This is my attempt to explain effective altruism in 100 seconds. If you enjoy...
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Good summary and history here, and the same thing that Peter. What was it? Finger? Wait. What was the? Yeah, Singer. Morality. Don't know about this. Okay. Effective altruism. So this video kind of gave me ideas that maybe most people in this community are thinking about helping the or different way than I am. It feels like charities have been around for a long time, and effective altruism is kind of trying to make charities better. But I'm not interested in charities or in this kind of charities. I'm interested to change the political side. So not that much involved in direct charities. So I got a little doubt. Maybe this isn't the best community for me, or maybe I'm aiming towards something else, but I'm pretty sure still that this, what I want to achieve, will go under this anyways. It's just that I think I want to use my time maybe differently than most, but of course the aim is the same. Yeah, sure. If the political side globally would be in order, democracy would be there, then I would focus on something else, like helping people affected by malaria or animal welfare, I don't know. But yeah, okay, good video. Let's see, what is the second one? I'm actually interested of this. I don't need this to be in the chronological order. There may be some value in some EA ideas, but long-termism is a joke. Wild guess. Okay, I will watch this first and then read the comments.
Look up and look at the world.
Oh.
World as a whole, rather than just looking down in their own community, their own area, and the people that they're in connection with. And effective altruists think that we ought to live our life to make the world a better place for everybody.
Imagine you are.
No, I don't think that. I think many people just don't care about others that much, and I just know that I'm different in that regard, that I care. But if I if I didn't have these qualities, then I could be similar to most others. That I just focus on my own bubble and family and career and hobbies and such. So my aim is not to try to change everyone, because most people, I would guess, that don't have very strong motivation to help others other than themselves and their circle.
Your way to your well-paying, high-performer business job, dressed in your best suit for the important presentation that you have to give today. You walk through a small park on your way to the business district. In the center of the park, there's a small pond where you sometimes sit for lunch. All of a sudden, you are torn away from your thoughts about your presentation as you hear a child scream and frantically try to stay above the water in the pond. You know that the pond is too deep for the child to stand in. You look around and see no concerned parents looking for their child, and no one else who might be able to help. The child will drown if you don't jump into the pond immediately and rescue the child. Of course, you know that doing so will ruin your expensive suit, and there's no way you will make it to your presentation in time to save the child. What would you do? The Australian philosopher Peter Singer version of this thought experiment in his extremely influential paper, Famine, Affluence, and Morality, from 1972. The answer he gives himself: the loss involves ruining your clothes, maybe even having to reschedule the presentation or missing out on a fine, is nowhere near as important as the life of the child you can save. So far, so obvious, right? Why use such an example? The point of the example is to draw an analogy to people across the globe whose lives are in danger of foreseeable future because of malnutrition or health problems. Issues that are in principle solvable, or at least treatable, with not too many financial losses for those living in relatively affluent societies. So why keep the two sides of the analogy indifferent? Why save the child in your immediate vicinity at some cost to you, but not also donate to effective charities in order to save the child that soon might die of dehydration, starvation, or illnesses? Proximity does not really seem to be a good reason not to help someone in need. If we assume that ethics is universal and impartial, then it is hard to see why the fact that someone is far away from you matters from the perspective of ethics. At least if we can easily...
What are the causes of why there is famine in the world? So if there is an area where people grow food, crops, but it's just not enough for all people in that area, and let's say that it's not exported somewhere else, because that's another matter. If there are Western or Asian powerhouses who just use the land in Africa, for example, and then export all the food away, and the people living there don't have enough, and they're dying because of it, that's of course a problem. But if, let's say, there's a place where people or the crops will go to the people living there, and still there is famine, would it be better to help by sending more food to that place? Or okay, that's one thing that, yeah, sure, should be done. But also, would that population there be too high if the ground isn't enough to feed everyone? So I'm just meaning that what are the real problems there? None of the videos here explained it, that because of corrupt governments or organizations or global organizations taking all the food away. What are the causes for people suffering?
help by donating to people who are far away. Seeing this argument being presented to people for the first time is always an interesting experience. When I taught the paper at university, the students generally tend to pull towards the conclusion of the argument. There really isn't an important difference between the thought experiment and what happens with people in need far away from us. Of course, there are problems with the argument, and these are still debated today, but the influence of this paper and others like it on young students cannot be underestimated. Our story about effective altruism starts with two young philosophers who were similarly influenced by this paper and took its conclusions very seriously.
Determine how to change the world. We live at an unprecedented time in human history, and I believe our ethical understanding hasn't yet caught up with this fact.
Do I have that video? No. Okay.
What we need is an ethical revolution. For the last 10 years, my colleagues and I have developed a philosophy and research program that we call Effective Altruism.
William McCaskill and Toby Ord both studied philosophy, and as so many other people who focus on ethics, they were at some point confronted with the article by Peter Singer and publications like this that urge us to rethink the scope of our individual responsibility. What set McCaskill and Ord apart from many other philosophers is that they were deeply dissatisfied with the idea of only thinking about ethical arguments and philosophical theories. They were convinced that philosophy is not just about understanding the world, but about actually changing it. In their case, they didn't only want to know the best arguments why we ought to do good, but how to actually do good in the most effective way possible. This led them to ideas that they brought together under the umbrella term Effective Altruism. Effective altruism is about asking, how can I make the biggest difference I can? And using evidence and careful reasoning to try to find an answer. It takes a scientific approach to doing good. Just as science consists of the honest and impartial attempt to work out what's true, and a commitment to believe the truth, whatever that turns
Okay, so yeah.
out to be, effective altruism consists of the honest and impartial attempt to work out what's best for the world, and a commitment to do what's best, whatever that turns out to be. Not only did McCaskill and Ord feel an urge to take action, but they wanted to know precisely the best possible action that they would need to take. And when they dug deep into the numbers, they were startled by the difference that effective charities can make compared to non-effective charities. In order to quantify and make comparisons between charities, they borrowed the notion of qualities from economists.
Actually, before I continue, I want to check how this sounds like. Can you hear any chronological order? Can you hear any? Okay, you can't hear it in the stream, but it's okay because the links are there, the video. So if someone wanted to watch this on their own, they could. Okay.
Quality means quality. Adjusted life here and tries to capture a common criteria for the quality of life experience. One quality would be the quality of 1 year of life of a perfectly healthy individual with all needs fulfilled. You then have to empirically test how much impact different diseases, for example, have on the experience quality of life. According to McCaskill, for example, people who survive the stroke rate life at roughly 75% the quality that it used to be. If you assume that you can get such numbers, which many of course reject, you can start doing math in comparisons, which effective altruists are really into. An example that McCaskill likes to come back to is the decision to train guide dogs for blind people. According to the data he cites, it takes around $50,000 to provide a guide dog to a blind person, as training them can be very time consuming and expensive. But simply donating the same amount of money to treat preventable blindness, such as in the one studies video that people dunked on, can help many more visually impaired people than the guide dog can. This kind of mathematical ethics led the effective altruism movement, and especially McCaskill and Ort, to start several non-profit organizations. They themselves were involved in founding Giving What We Can in 2009, 80,000 Hours in 2011, and the Center for Effective Altruism. Giving What We Can tries to convince people to make pledges to donate at least 10% of their income for the rest of their lives, and then they point those who are willing to do so to the most effective charities according to their own research. 80,000 Hours informs people about the impact that different careers can have. If you're wondering what job you should choose if you want to make the most impact, you can consult them. 80,000 hours is the typical time that you will work in your life. Here, the effective altruist notion of earning to give is very important. You might think that being a social worker or a physician is the most impactful that your working life can be, but you'd be wrong in thinking that, according to the effective altruists. Depending on your strengths, it might be better for you to go into finance or banking and make much more money than a social worker or even a physician would make. By donating effectively much of your money, you can have a greater impact than you would by pursuing the other available jobs. Beyond the institutions that McCaskill and Ort founded, a lot more was happening surrounding the effective altruism movement, and their movement heavily gained momentum. GiveWell was founded in 2007 by Holden Kanofsky and Ellie Hassenfeld, who used to work at a hedge fund, but were increasingly interested in
I have talked about how I'm very open to getting suggestions on my career because I haven't really started that yet. I can make pivots, changes to my plans, but I think my goals are sort of selfish, that I want to get enjoyment out of the joys of my career as well, and it includes understanding the world. So I don't want to just become some worker focusing on my own share role. Rather, I want to have that bigger picture.
figuring out the most effective ways of donating to charity. Later, Open Philanthropy joined the ranks, founded by Carrie Tuna and Dustin Moskowitz, the co-founder of Facebook. All of them shared the vision of doing good in the most effective way possible. It was during this time where the effective altruism movement went from a small social group of philosophers and activists to a giant social movement with a lot of money from people who work predominantly in the tech industry. This led to more influence, but more importantly, more reach and attention. And this is where, beyond philosophers writing papers against effective altruism, things started to get problematic.
This video isn't positive news, it's a positive PR. Kurzgesagt admitted they wouldn't have made this video if it wasn't paid for by Gates. Okay, what the hell just happened?
In the second half of 2022, several YouTube videos were made that criticized some of the videos of the popular science channel Kurzgesagt. Two of the central criticism were related to the content of Kurzgesagt videos and some of their funding. I've been watching Kurzgesagt for many years and have been a fan of their work ever since. In my estimation, if you wanted to put a label on their position, you might call it enlightened centrism. That's a term used in internet discussions that refers to people that are slightly on the left, but do not really agree with any more radical claims of the left, and sometimes fall into some pitfalls of rather conservative positions. If you're familiar with Kurzgesagt videos, you will know that they try not to have opinions, but aim to only provide the facts. And when they do share opinions, they clearly mark them as such. This is of course an idealized description on their side, as providing supposedly neutral facts can be influenced by your political outlook. And that is exactly what people have criticized Kurzgesagt for recently. They made videos on topics ranging from climate, overpopulation, dangers of parasites, and vaccines, all sponsored by the Gates Foundation. All of these are talking points that are on top of the list of effective altruists. Kurzgesagt even featured a recently published book by William McCaskill on the idea of long-termism very prominently. And videos like these are sponsored by some of the institutions that we just talked about, such as Open Philanthropy. Remember when I said that effective altruism grew, became institutionally better established, and spent more money on bringing their ideas to a broader audience? This is part of the effect of it. Now the point here is not to rehash the debate on Kurzgesagt, their opinions and their sponsors. But what's interesting is that the criticism that people brought up in the Kurzgesagt incident helps us to better understand the recent criticism of the effective altruism movement as a whole. One of Kurzgesagt's videos that received much attention was on climate change. The upshot of the video was that people should vote with their wallet. This means buying electric cars, supporting renewable energy, and investing in new technologies such as carbon capture. This, I think, fits very well with the position that I called enlightened centrism. You acknowledge that there's a problem and that there needs to be change, but the actions that you ultimately support are not going to change anything fundamentally or rapidly. You don't touch the general economic system that we have, you simply try to shift it into slightly less destructive directions. My point here is not to say whether this is right or wrong. Rather, this sentiment is what explains much of the problems with the newer forms of effective altruism. Remember what we started with, Peter Singer's argument why donating to people is so important. If you take the argument seriously, it will ask much of you personally. This has been discussed in the academic debate as the problem that ethics would start to overwhelm individuals if that were true. When you think about whether you should go to the cinema tonight, you should think about how much the money you would spend on that could benefit another person. If not seeing the new movie in the theater is not that big of a deal, which it probably
isn't. You instead ought to donate the money that you would have spent to someone who can drastically improve their lives with that. That was the upshot of Singh's argument. The institutional effective altruism movement is much less radical in that sense, and probably for good reasons. The Giving What We Can pledge asks people to donate 10% of their income. This is a significant setback for many people, but for the wealthier people, this was not in the slightest amount of what they could do. This is technically also acknowledged by McGaskill when he mentioned that billionaires ought to donate 99% of their income. But effective altruists would never dare say that we ought to eat the rich. 80,000 hours also often suggests that people ought to work within the system, in finance or banking, rather than trying to fundamentally reshape the system. In her video on effective altruism,
This is the interesting part.
for many people, but for the wealthier people, this would not in the slightest amount to what they could do. This is technically also acknowledged by McGaskill when he mentioned that billionaires ought to donate 99% of their income. But effective altruists would never dare say that we ought to eat the rich. 80,000 hours also often suggests that people ought to work within the system, in finance or banking, rather than trying to fundamentally reshape the system. In her video on effective altruism and long-termism, Philosophy Cube argued that this comes from data bias. You can roughly calculate the benefits of going into banking and donating 10% of your income for the rest of your life. But it is hard to put a number on how much it might help to fundamentally restructure our economic system, or at least the tax system. So things as radical as that simply aren't really on the radar of effective altruists. But it is important to emphasize that this is a...
Why? Yeah, because it's not calculatable.
choice. The theory or philosophy behind effective altruism is neutral on whether you should be a radical revolutionary, an enlightened centrist, or even a conservative. What you ought to do simply depends on what will help to do the most good. Effective altruists did a good job figuring out that some forms of donations are far more effective than others, and that we should probably prefer those which are best. But they do not give as much thought to structural changes as they cannot easily quantify them, so it gets swept under the rug. And it gets worse. As the institutional movement of effective altruism grew, became more famous and better funded, their priorities shifted away from the idea that donating as effectively as you can is the most important thing that ought to be on our minds. As I just mentioned, effective altruists, or at least related institutions such as Open Philanthropy, spent a lot of money on sponsoring videos like Kurzgesagt. The money was used to enable Kurzgesagt to make short-form content and translate the content into different languages. But in turn, some of the videos took the ideas from effective altruism. They weren't forced to do that, but this is where they align. At this point, we might want to ask whether effective altruism still aligns with their core values. Of course, spending money to reach more people to teach about effective altruism is in principle potentially valuable. The greater reach leads to more people being convinced and donating the money. But this is at least as speculative as wanting to change the system, which doesn't get much attention from institutional effective altruism. What is more, not only do they spend much more money on speculative stuff such as marketing instead of donating the money more directly, but their focus has also moved on to other problems like poverty and health. Before the big days of effective altruism, global poverty and health were among the most important topics. This makes sense, as these are the areas where relatively little money can have a lot of impact on the quality of life of people. In McCaskill's first book on effective altruism, Doing Good Better, he also mentioned existential risks at the end, such as climate change, pandemics, and the dangers of bioengineering pandemics in the future. They featured less prominently in his initial work. Now with his latest book, What We Owe the Future, he's changed. He discusses the philosophy of long-term living, which many effective altruists now ascribe to. In the blog article on the effective altruism.
Yeah, this is very interesting. My focus is starting to be a good word, decline. There he's now talking about the exact thing that I care about, actually changing the system and not just find any optimal way to compensate the problems of the system.
Page, Tim Morehouse brings long-termism down to 3 core claims. Future people matter morally. The future could inhabit much more people than have ever lived in the past. Some projections claim that there could be trillions of people in the future. What we do now impacts the well-being of these future humans. Long-termism isn't just about the next couple of decades, but the next thousands of years and beyond that. Institutionalized effective altruism.
I don't care about that myself. I care about only this moment and a few years ahead and my lifespan, but beyond that, of course, if I could vision that far, but I don't think it would change my course. Okay, the biggest problem is that I can't envision that far.
gained a huge interest in long-termism and spends millions of dollars on research on AI. The idea behind this, general artificial intelligence, could potentially be the doom of the whole of humanity. If that is true, the trillions of humans that would come to be never have the chance of being born. It's terrible if humanity is eradicated or eradicates themselves, so we should invest a lot of money in order to prevent this. The general idea of the argument isn't silly. Climate change will impact a lot of people negatively. So even if our money currently could save lives by being donated, we should also put some money into climate research and pay influential people to inform their audiences in order to prevent or mitigate the future harm. Nothing wrong about that. But where's the strong focus on AI coming from? It should strike science effective altruism as odd, because it is exactly the kind of speculative gamble that we typically reject in favor of data-based donations. How likely is it that AGI will wipe out humanity? How likely is it that research invested into AI can prevent that? What would it even mean for research to prevent that from happening? I don't want to say that having no idea about the likelihood of the thing happening should make us ignore that topic altogether. AI dangers are very real, but they are real even now, not only in the far future. Technologies are already used where people are being discriminated against based on data, and art is stolen from artists in order to generate AI pictures. The current obsession of institutional effective altruism on AI is right, even on effective altruism's own terms. So where is it coming from? I can only speculate, but there is this curious correlation between institutional effective altruism being heavily funded by Silicon Valley type people and billionaire investors, and effective altruism's new focus on long-termism and AI. Silicon Valley tech people and billionaires have been very clear in recent years to emphasize existential risks and the importance of saving humanity from extinction. These are likely the reasons why Elon Musk loses his mind over birth rates and going to Mars, and Silicon Valley investors cannot stop talking about the dangers of artificial intelligence. It's not that these aren't real issues, it is just that these types of people who now invest into effective altruism love to pride themselves with following topics that they are already interested in, and they might have a hidden savior complex that might lead them to see speculative existential risks and ignore current and real risks. If your movement is funded by a bunch of people who love tech and AI and maybe have a savior complex, well, then it might not be a total coincidence that you start talking about the existential risks of AI much more within your movement. Is that a problem? I think that it should be effective altruists themselves, and that it also explains much of the recent downfall. People who are once drawn to effective altruism because of its goal to help as much as you can, even if it costs you significantly, are disappointed with the new focus on long-termism. Among these are well-known and influential people like Steven Pinker, who shared his...
Okay. I was a fan of effective altruism. Taught the course on it at Harvard together with other rational efforts, evidence-based medicine, data-driven policing, randomist econ. But it became cultish. Happy to donate to save the most lives in Africa, but not to pay techies to fret about AI turning us into paperclips. Still support the idea, hope they extricate themselves from this rut.
Disappointed in what I call the institutional rise of effective altruism and their focus on AI and long-termism. But one very hitting example came from Vlad Chittok, who shared their experience with donating a kidney and how much...
I feel very similarly. So far as I was ever into effective altruism, it was as part of the famine affluence. What? No, that wasn't what I wanted. Let's go back. Come on.
Of effective altruism and their focus on AI and long-termism. But one very hitting...
What is this? Oh my. Affluence. Plentiful supply of materials of gold. Affluence. Wow.
Example came from Black.
And morality, donate your kidney branch, and I have been thinking a lot about why the AI turn in EA has been so infuriating to me. Rant below. I took the whole point of EA to be putting our pet projects and interests aside to follow the evidence for what works best, which allows us to do orders of magnitude more to make the world better. Deworming for the education, bed nets for malaria, money transfers for poverty, etc. Year after year, though, EA money is being poured into AI safety, hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more, and for what? Can anyone demonstrate the effectiveness of that money? Does anyone working in this space have anything at all to show for this? Doesn't seem like it. Even if we take the AI doomsday risk to be credible, I don't, and I have never seen a plain language explanation that didn't sound like the South Park meme. What evidence is there that those hundreds of millions of dollars aren't better spent saving lives while we're still around? Yeah, I agree. Human extinction. Don't really care. Smart AGI. I would love to see the plans. So if hundreds of millions of dollars have been used, for what? What exactly? If there are research that huge companies are getting more control of people and governments with AI, what can be done with that? Or yeah, smart AGI. Of course, it's something that should be considered, but how much? I'm still very naive about everything, but it feels like hundreds of millions of dollars wouldn't some couple thousand philosophers, engineers come up with some scenarios of what will happen with AI, or psychologists, what will it do to human societies? But the problem here is that well, development is happening so fast that it might not be very important to be on the front line of this in a way. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Maybe I should move on.
Experience with donating a kidney and how much less of an issue it was than you might think. And that is what effective altruism used to be about.
Hi friends, I'm finally feeling well enough to share some news that I have been very excited about. Earlier this week, my kidney was removed through a small cut in my stomach, tucked into a box, flown down to Johns Hopkins and implanted into a stranger where it's working great.
Literally giving something significant up for the aim of doing good for others who are in a less fortunate position.
In the end, my goal is to do as much good as I can for the world. I'm part of an effective altruism community. Basically, it's a group of people looking to try and figure out if you want to maximize the amount of good you do, maximize.
What did this person do? What was the AI something?
Positive impact that you can have on the world. What does that imply? What does that mean?
Where does effective altruism stand now, after the disaster of their involvement with Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX?
Ah, okay, that it was that scam. FTX.
Things seem to have been quiet around effective altruism. McCaskill removed himself from the front row and now helps with fundraising and other projects more in the background. Media outlets now care less about effective altruism. At best you see some postmortems posts that try to figure out where effective altruism went wrong.
Effective altruism and the question of complicity. Exclusive. Effective altruist leaders were repeatedly warned about Sam Bankman-Fried years before FTX collapsed.
One such post was shared by Scott Alexander, where he summarizes what effective altruism has achieved, specifically also with regard to AI safety. And indeed, with all the bad stuff that I have talked about, and the AI takeover of effective altruism that many people rightly are concerned about, most of its members still genuinely care about doing good better. And many of them do exactly that. I think such a takeover might be related to the very nature of effective altruism. Be rational, don't be compassionate towards people that are near and dear to you, and calculate meticulously with all the available data what the most moral thing to do is. This is just conjecture, but it seems fitting that such a movement has been taken over by Silicon Valley tech people and billionaires. So maybe the best course of action is not to take the tenets of effective altruism too seriously if you really want to do the most good you can. Look at the numbers, but don't get lost in them. Try to spread the gospel of effective altruism, but don't become a salesperson. And maybe don't trust nerdy crypto billionaires who pretend to live a humble lifestyle and say that they want nothing more than to make the world a better place.
Nice. Yeah, this was very nice video. And of course, the ones that I watched didn't really cover it, the newer stuff. The first one, just an introduction. I think the next video I would like to watch is this. Will McAskill. Oh, okay. Interesting name. Because that was showcased, maybe it was the other, no, here, I guess. So let's watch that. Introduction to, okay, that as well. But very, very nice one. This gave me a good idea of what's going on and the AI stuff. The focus has been there. It mentioned that it's not really trying to change the system, rather make the donating experience better. And control that money better. Calculate what gives the biggest help. Ah, wait, I didn't read the comments. There may be some value in some ideas, but long-termism is a joke. Wild guesses plugged into exponential formulas can justify doing or not doing literally anything. It's essentially life begins when someone makes an estimate of how many people will be born millions of years into the future. By typing this, I destroyed 10 quadrillion potential future babies, seeing that at least 5 of them would have been hyper Hitlers who would have destroyed humanity. I also saved at least 50 quadrillion. I mean, sure, you can argue that putting your focus on AI is just the cause of rich tech entrepreneurs, but the actual research into AI safety is very underfunded compared to how much funding goes into improving AI technology. AI has the potential to be the most impactful technology in the next century. The leaving things exclusively to tech bros in the industry seems ludicrous. We need more moral, intelligent, non-tech bros working on AI regulation and safety, not less, which is what effective altruism is achieving. The fact effective altruists are scared of the word socialism and don't think much about systematic change is a real flaw in the community, though. I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree with this comment. This is exactly how I see this. If you focus on speculative future, you never have to change systematic problems today, and the elite get to continue to enjoy their privilege. It is not that simple. From what I understand, effective altruism is about doing the maximal good and minimizing suffering. The long-term risk, like AG of any kind, usually means extinction or worse. In theory, that will return much higher returns than standard charities. Unless you put into the equation the fact that poverty and lack of education are a source of conflicts. Most of the world's safety and most peaceful countries are also very rich, but the cycle works both ways. The possibility of global conflict create a wall of fear, pushing governments to fast and unsafe creation of more and more advanced AIs. They are weapons in theory far more dangerous than nuclear ones. once they can self-reproduce, which could lead to one of puzzle phase worse than extinction. Worse, okay, interesting. Now we have to look at the world from the perspective of each individual. From perspective of less fortunate, investment into them is much more important than the investment done against big dangers like AI. It makes no sense for such people to fight against dangers of future if they're dying right now, especially these dangers could be also what will save their lives. After they are safe and secure, we'll start to think about more long-term problems like, so saving people living now seems as the best action, but what if AGI will take over our world faster than eradicating extreme poverty will bring its rewards? Poverty could be eradicated 5 years from now just as easily as 50 years from now, but if you won't stop the AI race soon, there might not be any use. In my perspective, problems should be measured also by how much acute they are. The risks of AI or bio-nuclear war are extremely full scale of years and threaten everyone, but eliminating 90% of today's extreme poverty make the fight much easier and could be done in a year or two if governments were willing to tax the big tech and use its money. Yeah, but governments don't have power, the rich have. The social factor is why long-termism have a fixation on AI existential risk should lead us to discount the whole of arguments for caring about AI risk. Most simply, if an AI massively increases the development of biological research and the accessibility of bioengineering manufactured pandemics become a significant concern. I'd argue due to lack of if bioengineering becomes too accessible, this may pose greater X risk than even nuclear weaponry. I have very low prior credence on AI X risk views for the sociological reasons you discuss. An inference from past moons making similar ambitious false claims. I don't think caring about this way to go, but it's still important in my way to care about these risks given the somewhat plausible arguments in their favor. It's pretty strange. In his list of AI achievements, he basically just lists acceleratory achievements. Yeah, it's real. Next step is to slow way the fuck down. Okay. Yeah, some of these hit home very well. What I care about is if these people should be the ones who are very motivated to do good. So I would like to see clear graphs, active posts, videos, interactive websites, how the money is spent, for example, for AI. how much did go to some research paper or so on. That's sort of what I will do, at least in my part, that I will show how much value I will create and try to focus on the information. But at least in this website I don't see anything special. All of this could have been made in 10 minutes using AI. So I don't see any special elements here. But okay, I will at least watch this and then probably move on to the next topic. Hopefully it's good. Oh, it's loud.
This is a graph that represents the economic history of human civilization. There's not much going on, is there? For the vast majority of human history, pretty much everyone lived on the equivalent of $1 per day, and not much changed. But then something extraordinary happened. The scientific and industrial revolutions. And the basically flat graph you just saw transforms into this. What this graph means is that in terms of power to change the world, we live at an unprecedented time in human history. And I believe our ethical understanding hasn't yet caught up with this fact. The scientific and industrial revolutions transformed both our understanding of the world and our ability to alter it. What we need is an ethical revolution, so that we can work out how do we use this tremendous bounty of resources to improve the world. The last 10 years, my colleague and I developed a philosophy and research program that we call Effective Altruism. It tries to respond to radical changes in our world, uses evidence and careful reasoning to try to answer this question. How can we do the most good? Now, there are many issues you've got to address if you want to tackle this problem, whether to do good through your charity or your political engagement, what programs to focus on, who to work with.
After this, I want to ask AI, maybe do some sort of deep research of, are there any other equivalent, or what could be other equivalent global communities that aim to do good, or if it really was this first one that I stumbled upon.
But what I want to talk about is what I think is the most fundamental problem. Of all the many problems that the world faces, which should we be focused on trying to solve first? Now, I'm going to give you a framework for thinking about this question, and the framework is very simple. A problem's higher priority, the bigger, the more easily solvable, and the more neglected it is. Bigger is better, because we've got more to gain if we do solve the problem. More easily solvable is better, because I can solve the problem with less time or money. And most subtly, more neglected is better because of diminishing returns. The more resources that have already been invested into solving a problem, the harder it will be to make additional progress. Now, the key thing that I want to leave with you is this framework, so you can think for yourself, what are the highest global priorities? But I and others in the Effective Altruism community have converged on 3 moral issues that we believe are unusually important, score unusually well in this framework. First is global health. This is super solvable. We have an amazing track record in global health. Rates of death from measles, malaria, diarrheal disease are down by over 70%. And in 1980, we eradicated smallpox. I estimate we thereby saved over 60 million lives. That's more lives saved than if we achieved world peace in that same time period. On our current best estimates, we could save a life by distributing long-lasting insecticide-treated bed nets for just a few $1,000s. This is an amazing opportunity. The second big priority is factory farming. This is super neglected. There are 50 billion land animals used every year for food, and the vast majority of them are factory farmed, living in conditions of horrific suffering. They're probably among the worst off creatures on this planet, and in many cases we could significantly improve their lives with just pennies per animal. Yet this is hugely neglected. There are 3,000 times more animals in factory farms than there are stray pets. But yet, factory farming hits 1/50th of the philanthropic funding. That means that additional resources in this area can have a truly transformative impact. Now, the third area is the one I want to focus on the most, and that's the category of existential risks. Events like a nuclear war or a global pandemic that could permanently derail civilization, or even lead to the extinction of the human race. Let me explain why I think it's such a big priority in terms of this framework.
Before COVID-19.
First, size. How bad would it be if there were a true existential catastrophe? Well, it would involve deaths of all 7 billion people on the planet, and that means you and everyone you know love. That's just frankly unimaginable. But then, what's more, it would also mean a curtailment of humanity's future potential. And I believe that humanity's potential is vast. The human race has been around for about 200,000 years, and if she lives as long as a typical mammalian species, she would last for about 2 million years. If the human race were a single individual, she would be just 10 years old today. And what's more, the human race isn't a typical mammalian species. There's no reason why, if we're careful, we die off after only 2 million years. The Earth will remain habitable for 500 million years, and it's on the stars. Civilization will continue to build more. So I think the future is really good. But is it going to be good? Is the human race really worth preserving? Well, we hear all the time about how things are getting worse. I think that when we take a long run, things have been getting dramatically better. Here, for example, life expectancy over time. Here's the proportion of people not living in extreme poverty. Here's the number of countries over time that have decriminalized homosexuality. Here's the number of countries over time that have become democratic. Then when we look to the future, there'll be so much more to gain as we begin. We'll be so much richer to solve so many problems that are intractable today. So if this is a graph of how humanity's progressed in terms of focusing on over time, well, this is what we expect future progress to look like. It's vast. Here, for example, is where we'd expect no one to live in extreme poverty. Here is where we'd expect everyone to be better off in a rich personal way today. Perhaps here is where we discover the fundamental natural laws that govern our world. Perhaps here is where we discover an entirely new form of art, a form of music that we currently lack in the US. And this is just the next 2,000 years. What do you think happens to that? Well, we can't imagine how it's going to
Yeah, so far very generic level, but I would assume that as this is a TED talk, let's see if the end gives something more than just big words.
So the future's pretty very good. But are there ways we could lose this value? And sadly, I think there are. The last 2 centuries brought tremendous technological progress, but they also brought a global risk to new...
What I would like to see in this sort of presentation is clear directions on how to join this community, what are the projects that you could do, what are the different options, and not leave that work for individual to do on their own. So that's how I would like this to end. But let's see.
Nuclear war and the possibility of extreme climate change. When we look to the coming centuries, we expect to see the same pattern again. And we can see some radically powerful technologies on the horizon. Synthetic biology might give us the power to create viruses of unprecedented contagiousness and lethality. Geoengineering might give us the power to dramatically alter the Earth's climate.
Creating a game to this website, gamifying help, is like very basic level idea. At least in the front page, okay, this is resource, but I didn't find any game. Why isn't there any game about this topic if it's already over 10 years old? What's the problem here? Courses. Do they understand how big of a barrier it is to go to a course where it could be just open 100-page presentation, 100 short video series, or a game? This is what I don't understand. That what am I even looking at here? This I liked, that you hover and you see them moving, but what is this even about? I don't get it.
Artificial intelligence might give us the power to create intelligent agents with abilities greater than our own. Now, I'm not saying that any of these risks are particularly likely, but when there's so much at stake, even small probabilities matter a great deal. Imagine if you're getting on a plane and you're kind of nervous, and the pilot reassures you by saying, there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance.
I feel like this was very good point that he showed this existential catastrophe, but 99% of the people don't care about this. I don't care about this at all. Life is way too difficult, and this raises too many philosophical, large-scale questions that this just doesn't matter for most people. But of course, mentioning it, very, very interesting. Setting up that effective altruism, which I guess is the conclusion, or no? Okay, let's see. But this already stretched way too long, and I have increased the speed already a lot. So that sort of criticism I would give, that you got to the point. I think you got people thinking about higher picture, but didn't use that momentum. At least in my case, I have lost that.
Don't worry. Would you feel reassured? For these reasons, I think that preserving the future of humanity is among the most important problems that we currently face. But let's keep using this framework. Is this problem neglected? And I think the answer is yes. And that's because problems that affect future generations are often hugely neglected. Why? Because future people don't participate in markets today. They don't have a vote. It's not like the lobby representing the interests of those born in 2300 AD. They don't get to influence the decisions we make today. They're voiceless.
One thing that wasn't mentioned here is global warming, which is interesting because it's way closer than any 2 million years. What I would like to see is more and more constant work on trying to get global warming a topic. Try to educate people, their choices, make it easier and easier and easier each day. And of course, mention it here as well, effective altruism, that global warming is raising the sea levels, which means that hundreds of millions of people, even billions, might need to move in the coming years. Of course, that would be a pretty high priority, but even if it wasn't, that the situation is that, hey, it's too late already. That we will, but still I would like it to be included in the materials so that people could continue the work easily. I don't know if I was clear enough here, but one thought.
And that means we still spend a paltry amount on these issues.
Okay. The problem here when I watch this is I talk about my ideas, my feelings, but I don't write them down. Maybe I could do that. I will try to improve in this regard. So how do we do the most good? I think, okay. Pretty good start. I don't need to try remembering everything. Too much focus on the big humanity. Lost momentum. That didn't not mention. Yeah, it's a good introduction, but let's see if it leads anywhere.
Nuclear non-proliferation, geoengineering, biorisk, artificial intelligence safety. All of these receive only a few tens of millions of dollars of philanthropic funding every year. That's tiny compared to the $390 billion that's spent on US philanthropy in total. Final aspect of our framework, then, is this solvable? I believe it is. You can contribute with your money, your career, or your political engagement. With your money, you can support organizations that focus on these risks, like the Nuclear Threat Initiative, which campaigns to take nuclear weapons off heads that alert, or the Blue Ribbon Panel to develop policies to minimize the damage from natural and man-made pandemics, or the Center for Human Capital AI does technical research to ensure AI systems are safe and reliable. With your political engagement, you can vote for candidates who care about these risks, and you can support greater international cooperation. And then with your career, there is so much that you can do. Of course, we need scientists and policymakers and organizational leaders, but just as importantly, we also need accountants and managers and assistants to work with these organizations and tackling these problems. Now, the research program of effective altruism still in its infancy, and there's still a huge amount that we don't know. But even what we've learned so far, we can see that by thinking carefully and by focusing on those problems that are big, solvable, and neglected, we can make a truly tremendous difference to the world for thousands of years to come. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Call to action non-existent is that. So this was pretty much just to get people to think about the higher picture a little more, or bigger picture, helping. But the lack of concrete elements of how to go forward meant that potential lost. No. I have spent now maybe 3 to 5 hours trying to understand what is effective altruism, and I still don't have very clear idea. That's a problem. Let's see, 35 minutes. What's the point of these presentations? What is the end? Yeah. Okay, let me try to find something. EA forum. Engaging game for effective altruists. I'd like to share my experience in both running and playing the game, which and what. Okay, I guess this is okay. Board game. Collaborative learning. In an age where the importance of social skills and empathy cannot be overstated, educational tools to promote altruism and collaborative learning are essential. Games designed around these themes not only improve teamwork and communication, but also foster a sense of community and compassion among participants. Below are 7 altruism-focused games that encourage collaborative learning while instilling values of kindness, empathy, and support. Okay, the empathy game, don't care. Circle of compliments, don't care. Build self-esteem, no. Charity challenge, teamwork for real-world problems, collaborative setting. Teams are tasked with identifying a local charity or local wish to address. They brainstorm ideas on how they could contribute it through fundraising, volunteering, spreading awareness, and present those purchase team. So these are like IRL in a group, I guess. kindness. Yeah, no. This is not what I'm after. Briefing, 10 minutes, you will receive briefing from game's moderator containing these instructions. No, I'm looking for just any sort of mobile video game quest. Enter quest. Okay, this is more like it. Get started. What? Crypto wallet? Huh? What is this? Gitcoin. Huh? Five years ago. So this is some blockchain. What? Estimation. Okay. No. Why isn't there any? Ah, yes, the AI. Google. Research. Augmented. Mandarin, no. Right. Deep research. There is a tries to don't include okay. Let's see what it finds. And I tried to say it doesn't need to be global, but just large. Identify large global communities and organizations whose primary mission is to maximize positive impact for humanity, similar in scope and ambition to effective altruism, ensuring they are distinct from EA subgroups. Major communities and non-government organizations specifically focused on improving global governance, democratic institutions, and civic participation in large scale. determine their core philanthropy, research, values, couple health, climate actions, institutional reform. We detail their size, reach, and community structure of these organizations to confirm they qualify as large communities. Pilot the findings into a list, categorizing the communities by their main area of impact, democracy, governance, future studies. Actually, edit the research plan, add a section of connection. Part of. Okay, I think the updated one should be fine. The plan. Yes. Okay, the game. How difficult would it be to create a web game? To teach effective altruism. Can I brainstorm this? Large canvas. What sort of idea to create? Effective altruism. Even even basic stuff that like ask when game one, ask questions. Well, maybe a quiz. Simple one. Second could be play a character exploring the EA timeline. So EA community timeline can be like 2D, but for 2.5 or so. The game. Very simple. I would play that. Let's see, 3. What else could there be? a game where the most influential people are characters and the player gets to know them. For some reason, phone isn't charging. No, it is 59%. Okay. Make this smaller. So getting to know people, it can be combined with this timeline. What else? Example of how charity works. Quite simple, but hey, you can donate. Or this example of all the normal ways to help. Like, there's a question, hey, what would you like to do? I would like to donate. Okay, click that. And it shows that 10 euros, it goes to here. Then I click next. It goes to someplace. I see a map, maybe it goes there. Okay. Even something like that, it's better than nothing. But especially the course, what is the course introduction? So that could be gamified, that I click, hey, I want to spend my time. I have time to put into this. Good. Then it shows the options or the process. You click, you can take a course. Fine, okay, click that. What does it mean? Show me what can I do actually, and don't just leave everything like this. Okay, I want everything gamified here. Small button somewhere that learn EA with the game. I would click that so fast. It can be this big, this large. Maybe it doesn't have to be full screen. It doesn't have to have graphics even. It can be just click this button. Okay, click, and it goes something. Yeah. But let's see. Okay. I should have mentioned that I don't want to see any 50-year-old communities, but let's read this. Segmented architecture of global impact, an analysis of non-affiliated global altruistic communities. Introduction, segmented landscape, contextualizing the global impact ecosystem is a vast and multifaceted domain comprising of institutions, movements, and academic fields united by the common goal of maximizing positive human impact, mitigating suffering. Includes not only traditional charitable organizations but also governmental bodies, multilateral agencies, and sophisticated philanthropic foundations. Architecture of this non-consolidated altruistic space is a clear comparative benchmark. This purpose defines as a social movement advocates for impartially calculating benefits and prioritizing causes based on maximizing the greatest good. Approach is characterized by using evidence and reason to figure out benefit others as much as possible. It focuses heavily on cause areas such as global health, development, animal welfare, and long-term existential risk, air safety, and biosecurity. A small portion of the overall charitable landscape is formally affiliated with its philosophy. Okay, this report profiles 3 distinct large-scale ecosystems spreading outside structures and funding mechanisms, all striving to deliver significant global good. Traditional global health and development focuses on present global inequities through established institutional channels, including legacy foundations, justice-based non-governmental organizations, and civic participation largely through multilateral and civic society efforts. Alternative long-term flourishing initiatives, existential risks, and movements dedicated to immediate human and societal resilience. Dedicated to global improvement, do not merge into a single unified structure. The analysis indicates that the separation is neither accidental nor due to simply inefficiency, rather it is dictated by fundamental incompatibilities rooted in ethical frameworks, utilitarian maximization applications of justice, equity, theories of change, yes, structural dynamics, power imbalance inherent in the global north-south divide. For organizations such as United Nations Development Programme or Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, mandates are set by member states and treaties. Yeah, that doesn't work. These institutions. So what I'm really looking for is people-driven, normal citizen-driven organizations that are not affected by institutions or government bodies, states, because that's sort of the biggest problem that I would like to fix or help fix. Of course, those can't be involved, at least directly stating what should and shouldn't be done. Private philosophical movements, in contrast, are unconstrained by geopolitical consensus. This distinction in the legal and political basis of operation makes top-down consideration diverse non-EA communities, which include government-affiliated academic and private bodies, structurally impossible. Yeah, sure. Major non-EA. Yeah, I should have specified that, but institution, global health, development. No. Justice-based partners in health, International Rescue Committee. Institutional building. Justice-based development. Living in acute suffering and addressing structural determinants of health. Maybe not my focus. Multilateral governance and democracy support. United Nations, no. Think tanks. These feel like they are not very open to the public, especially this. That's why I don't like it. I don't care about, or yes, I could get into some position, but more value would be if global collaboration could be improved. Alternative long-term and societal resilience. Mass political advocacy. Mobilizing public pressure to secure policy and financial commitments. Global citizen advance. Political momentum, volume of citizen action. This looks interesting. Global citizen. Let's see. Join the movement, changing the world. Accept all cookies. Johannesburg concludes year-long scaling up renewables in Africa campaign. Global Cisco Youth Leadership Award. Our progress. Total actions taken. Lives impacted. In funds distributed. Policy commitments. Impact together. Oh, interaction, interest. In water. Support education. Okay, let's see. It's a video. Yeah, this is nice. Mobilizing money. What is in Finland? Type government. Okay. Download app. Don't know what. our impact about us. Okay. Get involved. Take action. Okay. Partner with us. Defend the planet. Climate action. Move. Green job. Comment now. Oh, wait. Is this to kind of take a part into some discourse? No. Maybe. But okay, let's partner with us. How we work with partners. Fighting poverty and campaigning for a just and sustainable world isn't possible without everyone doing their part. Some of the most effective organizations to ensure we can deliver our commitment to extreme poverty now. Share our values, approach to extreme poverty. Was forward to the ultimate focus on delivering impact communities that okay. Public sector. I don't support our campaigns. No, I don't want to put money on anything. So I don't have any. To scale renewables. Comment. Your message. Okay. And what about advance? Effective altruism. Global citizen, of course, I have heard. The world in action. Veggie burger ban. This is garbage, yeah. To all. Yeah, this is kind of bullshit that there is. There are someone are meat farmers who want to, or is it meat farmers? Or restaurant joints want to ban veggie burger, so if it's a burger it has to have meat. Okay, that's interesting. Break up big tech. So is this alternatives? Ah, no, it's citizen. Okay. Campaigning community bringing people-powered politics to decision-making worldwide. Petitions. Okay. About us. New voice. Okay. 2007, Simple Democratic Mission organized citizens of all nations to close the gap between the world we have and the world most people ever will want. Yeah, that's my goal. Also, with the idea of global collaborative community, that people would interact more with each other. Okay, but I would like to watch a video about this that tells if they are serious or not. Let me use this instead, I think. Wait. Let's see what I find with this. Okay, they're official. We are not alone. 1 year ago, 400 views. 2.6 million. Okay, that's pretty good. Stop the clash of civilizations 18 years ago. All right. 2 weeks ago, 1 month ago, 4 years ago. Not that active. Not that active. Let me put that video there. 18. Okay. Ah, wait, it's this. Yeah, let's watch this. Shallow. Yeah, this is very nice. very clear what it wants to say. Is there fascist now?
Islam and the West. We've always been at war. You're saying it goes back to the Crusades.
Right. Middle East peace.
Another world is possible, and we pledge to make it real.
Okay. Yeah, I like the idea. The biggest problem here is that it's outdated. 240p 18 years ago. I would like to see videos made about the same issue and yeah, similar structure, but weekly. That someone would spend time on this sort of informative short-term content, just giving people ideas. This is what TikTok is for. YouTube Shorts. It's not enough that there's one video from 18 years ago. The quality is super important. But yeah, I don't think this is for me, but how can I join them? Our community. 70 million members. What are the ways? Facebook, Twitter. Facebook I don't have access right now. Yeah, let's put it there. So global citizen. Why not? Present good. The Global Health and Development Coalition. Wait, what? Hmm. Legacy philanthropy operates through a distinct methodology focused on convening power and systems integration. New solutions, building unlikely partnerships, taking business-like approach to deliver. Rockefeller. No. Well, yeah, it was a quote. Mandate for international cooperation. Yeah. Based healthcare and systematic development. Hmm. Yeah, I think my focus is declining very rapidly. I will take a break and then go to the next topic. Yeah. Drawing next. I assume. Is there something else? Coding. All right. Main scene. I have Krita installed. Now I'm kind of curious if people use Affinity also to draw, because Photoshop, I think, has been used quite a lot for drawing as well. Top 10 drawing soft apps. Easy. You need to try, sure. Photoshop, downside. Yeah, it costs a lot. Clip Studio Paint. I think that also costs, okay. Coral Painter. Fourth is Krita. See. Aims to bridge the gap between traditional art and digital creations. Paint tool gives 900 brushes. Professionals often prefer it, but I wouldn't recommend it for hobbyists due to its cost. Much like Photoshop. No, yeah, I'm not going to pay. Paint tool. Affinity Designer. Want to watch? It's a vector-based program that gives Adobe Illustrator. Yeah, I think I will go with Krita. Affinity. Let's try it. To do. Create plan, search tutorials, draw using actually draw. That was my to-do from last week. Keep Noni thumbnail. Let's create a new one. Guess from here. Page size is A4. Color. Photo canvases, video web devices. For drawing, usually bigger canvas, let's say 2000 at least. I guess it's drawing scale. That's the problem here. No. No problem, okay. B is for brush. Then if I want, what was the V? Actually, this is interesting. So it's vector based automatically. Does it do, where do I have the 16 pixels? If I do something like 6, what's this? Without stabilizer, wait, rogue mode, I don't know. This is very complex. But it still has, okay, so this is the actual line. Okay. This is kind of nice. I can click. Yeah, I kind of like this approach. My plan for drawing is that I will draw using Krita and Affinity both. And the aim is to become better at drawing so that I can illustrate my ideas more effectively. Like here. Yeah, it's not very nice visuals. And I would like to make this as a daily habit. And of course, drawing inside my mind, that's preferable even, but I thought about yesterday when I wanted to draw, but because I hadn't initialized the idea yet, what tool to use. For example, the barrier was too high and I ended up just consuming some YouTube videos. But I thought about how to approach this. Here I create a plan. If I think of drawing as something that I will use only for my work, it has quite high barrier to entry. And the feeling of it is not very, well, easy. But I would like to move from normal consuming just entertainment towards doing more, and drawing is one hobby that I would kind of like to explore if that can satisfy. Because I really don't get that much out of videos anymore, or video games. It's always search to find that good video, but with drawing I can always kind of get the enjoyment. It's not dependent on the algorithm, what TikTok shows. So in that sense, I hope this will kind of remove that frustration. I wonder if Krita still works with the tablet. And also, digital drawing is interesting because I can, of course, erase easily, but I thought about not erasing. So if I just draw to learn something, I will never erase. That would give it kind of more realistic learning curve or learning experience, that I can't just do something a million times again and again and again. I would more likely to get it right in the first time. But if I do some thumbnail, like using Affinity, of course, I will try to do a proper one. But yeah, that was the idea. So instead of doing one kind of proper image, I would do 10 improper ones. If I mistakenly make the cursor too large, wait, is this the background color? Huh? Paint layer, painting white, but be black. Okay. Then just a mistake I shouldn't have done. For example, if I make some very high detailed drawing and then mistakenly do this, then it's just, I can do another video, another drawing. But that was my idea. So with or on my computer, I would use Krita mainly, but then also Affinity. And on mobile, so I have a pen that I can draw with using my phone. I will do that as well, and with a similar approach, that no erasing. Try to do everything correct first time. For example, if I were to draw a cat here, I might do some mistake. Like this doesn't look good. I forgot the eyes, and so it just gives more pressure to draw well at the first time. That bad. Half cat, half mouse. And with the thumbnail, this was Affinity. See if I can open the one. So I thought about, so last time I did this was my thumbnail, but I thought about why shouldn't I create the thumbnail by hand every time? Do I need to have kind of editing experience? Because mostly this was just, or the main focus here was to decide what to put on the thumbnail. The execution wasn't great, but with this, if I decide that I will draw thumbnail every time, I have all the flexibility or all the potential to do it in my way. So instead of compromising and choosing what I have, I can just come up with the perfect thumbnail, and of course it will be lacking, but the idea is there that maybe some pressure that people will see my bad drawings, but also that the focus is on coming up with the stuff to put here without any restrictions, like what materials I have. And this, or here with this idea I can allocate certain amount of time to this, like 5 minutes. But with this approach, there might be overtime needed because, hey, I haven't yet found the logo and I already wrote it here, and yeah, that's my idea. It's almost 10 p.m. What was the altruism? Effective. Just do I have anything else to say? I'm kind of thinking of going to the next topic and then in the end draw the thumbnail or write it. Just write by hand, of course, but it still doesn't need to be proper one. Do you have anything else to say about this plan? The habit, creating a habit of drawing, that is important. And it's important to make it very easy. I would like to have no difficulty just opening Krita or on my phone, just some app, and start drawing. Because that certainty that I can create what I want every time, I'm not dependent on the content. I want that certainty. Yeah, it's enough. Enough yapping. On to the next topic soon, at least. Initialize drawing habit. Casual coding. This is interesting. I have Ubuntu, I have VS Code as well. It's open actually, VS Code. What is this? User setup. Are you kidding me? Why isn't this? Ah, it's Visual Studio. Huh? Windows what? What? This needs to be fixed. What? No, it can't be like this. So VS Code, I assume. Okay, I will not assume anything. Where is it? Okay, might be here. Program files. VS Code. No, I think it. Pretty sure it is. App data. Of course, it's not showing. Wait, Microsoft. I don't think it is under Microsoft. Maybe it is. Where is it? VLC. Huh? No, it certainly isn't anywhere. Can't be here. Microsoft Visual Studio. Believe it. I don't know where these taskbar icons are. Okay, so there was Visual Studio here. I don't think it, yeah, it's not this. VS Code, what? Pretty sure, yeah, I can't. Can't find it. Of course, this search is terrible. You have Docker installed in, do you want to install recommendation? Now, I'm just curious to I don't remember. Life work. Keep on your website. Do you have any secrets here? Probably not. Output CSS. Okay. A lot of CSS. Windows. No. So my idea is should have updated. Forgot. Forget it. Microsoft. Is it here? No. Where is it? We could have found this way quicker. Where is it? Users after local programs. Of course. I don't use this enough. Okay. So it's just code. Just code. Add to pin to start. I think because so if I create unpin from start, if I create shortcut and name it VS out. Of course it won't know it yet, but no. So it's here. Although let's take it away. Are you sure? Okay. The plan is to have very low barrier, same as as with drawing. Start coding, because this is fun, really. It is fun. I can just start the server, I assume. Let's see, git status, probably, yeah, it's up to date. And let's do npm run dev. Does this do anything? Chrome I will use, but wait, HTML file. Actually, yeah, let's use always. I can, okay, I can do that later. So from what did it? New npm. Can't I just do latest? So npm install global npm. Let's see if this works. Added one package. Oop. Yes. But it didn't, it just, it ran the index HTML. But it's not, do I have v here? Wait, where is the package? It just does this. What is this project? Wait. Oh, Tailwind CSS. Okay. I'm not using. Where is the code? Why do I have? Okay, that explains it. Okay, so this does have images don't work because I'm assuming that the build, yeah. Why is index here? Why isn't it there? Shouldn't it be there? I don't get it. But anyways, I have some output. I guess it would work if I put it in source. Sure. And wait, npm. Can I just do this? Nope. No. Well, I could just start live server. See how it works. Yeah, this works. Why was index there? I have no idea. But oh well. Okay, now the question is this easy enough project? Or should I start another one? My idea is that what if I wanted to have a red circle here? Circle, not rectangle. Or an interesting navigation. That I wouldn't need to worry about the timelines or deadlines. Of course, because this is my own project, I don't need to do that, but at least I wouldn't want to break this. Should I have another playground project? Or should I just develop this further? Hmm. I think this is enough. Yeah, it's not that heavy. Now I'm kind of concerned. Why was this index there? But well, the website works. It just doesn't make any sense. The package JSON. I don't know what's happening here. So this would just run the build app. Build and deploy. Okay, I will figure that out later. But even though I didn't really make anything, it's still important to do the decisions, because now it's a little bit easier to start doing this. And I don't need to stream everything, of course. This can be just relaxation work. I can start another project if I want, but I can also use the same Git repository to create different versions and so on. I don't use Ubuntu right now, which is my setup. My other raw file. So doing that will require some work. This can include just doing changes or the code itself, learning Tailwind, learning React, reading news, watching tutorials, starting new projects, doing organizing or creating proper plan using AI. Do I have AI here? No. I'm not logged in, I think. Maybe I am. I think I will just leave this like this. No need to push it. Just break this. Okay. So this was I would like to do this daily. Just write some code, do some changes and develop my web development skills. Of course, you use AI a lot, but yeah, it doesn't matter as long as I'm learning. Initialize casual coding, so that's done. The last thing I kind of thinking of is thinking about news. So that will be news. News. News reading habit. Do I follow news? Not really. Not really. I watch TikTok daily, at least a few minutes. And then I watch YouTube, 3 different channels. None of them are news channels, or yeah. In the past, I had a habit of browsing Reddit, the most upvoted posts in each day. Then I stopped using Reddit. LinkedIn, I watched some posts from time to time, that actively. Instagram, I check out my friends and family posts, stories, but haven't really touched the other side of Instagram. I have 2 accounts, one personal and one public. Blue Sky, haven't used, don't use. I shouldn't really touch my eye, but it's itching. So, no, wait, this is output. Follow news. Yes, that was output. So this is, okay, let's do. Following news. For my gamifying politics project, I should follow Finnish news sites to get a good understanding of how Finnish politics is communicated. So that's at least here. Finnish politics. No, let's say Finnish news. And then global news, of course. Let's see, EU politics. Global politics, economics, tech, especially AI, but what else? Well, my area, web dev, meaning browser stuff. Browser updates. Like APIs, functionalities, integrations. Frameworks and such. Game dev. Mm, 3D. Actually, it's just 2D, 3D. Creation. Video. Creation. Let's do audio as well. Probably will go under AI. A war, yes. Well, this is a start. Okay, so some topics there. And now the sources. YouTube. YouTube, their algorithm. I don't mind, and then channels. What is tech? Tech news. Buddhist Verge. TechCrunch. This I sure. So annoying. NVIDIA. Ooh, of course. Then just to remember RSS feed. I need to study that. Android. And that's quite important. Also tech. So devices. Like mobile. XR. Robots. Interesting. ChatGPT. Gaming, not that important. AWS. Commerce, startups. Startups, yes. Stocks. Crypto. How important that is, but Finland. Oh. AI. And one thing to consider, so RSS, these are kind of random here. I want to, so aim is to know about future events. Like when will Google announce their next lineups and such. So having some understanding of what will happen. So right now, for example, on 6th of December, it will be Finland's Independence Day. I could know other Independence Days or just global events like Thanksgiving was last week. Just to have some sort of feeling of why I'm reading the news. Yeah, that was very small thing. But okay, so the plan is to go over the websites, the sources, YouTube pages, channels, and then little by little get some sort of habit that, hey, I will go this here once a week or daily. Can be. So XR news. There should be XR today, Road to VR, for example, I think at least has been quite popular. So here if I look, okay, on the weekend there wasn't any news, but then also on Thursday no news. So checking up this once a day is not going to take very long. I have the, let's see, Vivaldi. Am I logged in? This is where I should do all the, I am, okay. Good then. So here I have, okay, TikTok, Deep Stay Maps, Reddit, Blue Sky. It's also information. I definitely need where can I manage this? Okay. No. No, manage profiles. Is that here? Okay. Create a folder. It could be proper research, like Research Rabbit under, which I don't have access to once the school credentials expire. What is this? Yle. Okay. I will put Finnish news separate. YouTube, that's fine. Blue Sky, War. see. Have Instagram. Let's just do social. Put this there. Reddit as well. Oh. Didn't I create a new one? Oh. Ah, okay. That explains. So at least this goes there. Don't know. Wait. Ah, yeah, there's different. Okay. TikTok, social, Google Maps is good there. Fine. Search engines. Yeah, I don't know which one I will use. And then I think this. Pretty sure this is US, UK. Trump, White House, US, UK. Okay. No, don't need that really. Let's do West. Most certainly redo this later. But let's start with Finnish news. Yle? Yes. Many of these require subscription, which I don't have, but I might try it, of course. Why not? And wait, okay, even these titles, they tell something about it. Something about the content. All right, that's good. That's there. This is Tampere. Pirkanmaa. I don't even know that many, or all of the Finnish. I've guessed this. Biggest, okay. What is this? Wait, what is... Does it say the app name or... Of course not. I don't care about finding out. Have some sort of list. Okay. There are some. Let's see. Ah. Turku. Okay, let's do. Covers the... What? No. Covers the north. Never read this. Uh, and this is enough for now, I guess. And then, of course, so it's not just newspapers, also the official pretty sure it's this. What? This is Finnish Parliament website. Okay. Let's start with these ones. EU politics. I will get that partly from here as well, but let's see. EU politics. Politico EU. So I guess this is the editions. Where to go? Europe, UK, France, Germany, US. (2007). European Parliament. Just a picture. Wait. That. European Parliament. What else? Euronews. I don't need many. Okay. Global politics. Global politics. I will get from YouTube as well. University of Helsinki. Global Politics Communication Master's Program. BBC. Political. I can use this as well. Latest. Okay. Let's do global. World Politics Review. Yeah. Let's do BBC. I think that's, or this as well. Wait, no, this is quite good, I think. Yeah, let's do this. BBC. Because I will use multiple sources. It's fine. Or it's good to realize what political stuff is mentioned where. CNBC. Sky News. Foreign Policy, The Guardian. CNN. I will start with this and go over this some point in the future. Economics, startups. I would like to know Finnish startup community. I would like to know news about Finnish startups or something. Yeah, I think this is fine. So that goes to economics. Let's do a new folder there. Why? Control B. Business Finland. They have news. Yeah, this is fine. What? What? Where did it go? Okay, so it didn't work properly. Let's go here again then. Right. Global startups, of course. Startup news. Okay. For now, that's fine. Stocks. stocks. Market watch. Yeah, no time to evaluate too much. Also, I think this should be their global. UK, Eurozone, Honduras. This is Financial Times. Crypto. I feel like crypto news, there might be too many of them. But at least this perspective is interesting to have as well. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to tech. AI, that's I get that from YouTube mostly, and TikTok. It's such a huge thing that possible to avoid. But let's see, AI news. I would assume that TechCrunch will have pretty good coverage. Let's see. New Microsoft doesn't have any news really. No, here, DeepSeek's Hmm. I need to, yeah, I need to do this. No, still didn't go there. Right. Okay, let's try that. And I guess this 5 hours. The thing is, if I read this daily, do I have time to read all of them? We just, yeah, well, quickly go through, that's fine. It's not doing anything. Vivaldi, you're not very good. Tech crunch. AI is such an important thing that I want to find other news sources that I didn't know of. DeepSeek. I don't see the date when were these posts done, then that's a problem. Run away. Reddit is quite good for that as well. Microsoft, okay, maybe, yeah, let's rely on. And then, of course, yeah, YouTube, TikTok. I will probably get tools. Let's see. Yeah, maybe this is not about the news. Okay. We'll do that later. Web development. Web dev. Daily dev. What? Personal news community. What? Is this Google? Newsletter. This can be fine. Developer. AI, open source. Software projects, Gemini, Epic Games. No, I'm mostly interested now in the software side. See, dev community. Perl. Tropic. Unity roadmap. Game dev. Latest updates. So this might be quite good. Cursor AI. Private. November. Not that many. Unity and Fortnite. Wait, Unity and Fortnite? What does this integration mean? Okay. Yeah, this feels good. It's fine. Dev community or something. Let's create a new folder. Go there. Dev. Good. I think that's not important because I got those I get those news when I install update software that I use, and I can just manually search, for example, that npm. See, npm update news 11 point. Let's see, blog September. No, wait, release source. Change. Okay. Scanning updates. Wait, what? GitHub. What is GitHub? Hacker news. Oh, is this good? This is nice. Security might be good. Security. Now that's fine. Then game dev News. Parry system. Okay, this is fine. This is good. Game dev. Let's just put one dev. Yeah, that's fine. Good. What next? 2D, 3D. So 2D, 3D graph. I don't know what I could find here. Graphic design. Creative review. Oh no. Computer graphics. October. Where is the affinity? Isn't here. This is not very good site. Graphic news. Digital. Hmm. 3D modeling. Ah, maybe that A level. Let's see. Game development. Yeah. Unreal, Unity. Feels like I have some. Okay, this explains it. This is good. Let's add graphics. I don't know. Graphics. Many of these are 3D, but yes, they can work also. For 2D. Okay. Drawing. The art. Problem here is I don't see the dates. That's a huge problem. Creative, okay, this might be, no, okay. Creative design, digital art software. August. Let's use this. And okay, it's not that important maybe to write them here. So let's see. CG Press, creative digital art. '80 level. Digital blog. Or creative blog. Okay. PC Mac. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this video editing news. Nice. Yeah, let's just put it there. Well. Fine. This is a blog. Video maker. I don't like this. Doesn't show the dates again. This is an article. Doesn't show the dates again. Kind of like this how it looks. So might as well put it here. Red Shark News. Devices, okay. Tech Radar. News about phones. Yeah, this is fine. Tech Radar. Galaxy Trifold. A lot of okay, let's do this as well. GSMR. Okay, then for XR, so Road to VR is good, and I will assume that not that many news will come out, because this is a very interesting topic for me. I will want to see all the news. This is very, very bad. Always not click that. Mixed reality news. It's fine. XR developer. Yes. January, newest. So it seems like they are not active anymore. Okay. This looks terrible. Okay. So I got a few. XR today. Robots. Robot report. Yeah, this feels good. IoT. It's nice. August. What? This is quite old. Science. Maybe I should add that category as well. Automation. Mm. Okay. I can quite easily probably find YouTube channels doing actively news about robotics. War. Oh. Yeah, this feels fine. Yes. That doesn't go to tech. I already have war. Okay. Yeah. War. What was the deep state map? Kiev. US Department of War. Such a disgrace. Mm. Okay, I think that's good enough for now. So I have some tech, Finnish, global politics, EU politics, economics, tech stuff, war stuff, China news. Or what's happening in China. I don't think what is this? Xinhua. Start China. I can also find YouTube channels about this. Then I think, what else? India. Indian Express. Right. Maybe one is enough actually. Times of India. Really like the website. Okay, of course, I could try to find Middle East, Iran, Saudi Arabia, uh, United Arab Emirates, Pakistan, Indonesia, Thailand, Taiwan, Southeast Asia, East Asia, South Korea, Japan. Japan could be interesting, maybe. Russia or Brazil, Nigeria. Let's go with this for now. It is already quite a lot. Go through. Okay. What will be the habit? Not sure. But with small steps. I will now start to end this stream. Sources. Okay, what if I drew something for today? What would it be? I don't really want to do this. Play LoL, tutorial, research, initialize. Almost 8 hours. Well, this took 2 hours, 3 hours maybe. Okay, not too bad. Now I would need to draw this. I can just create a list. Be done with it. Or it needs to be in this level. Okay. Rename. Just create a quick list. Even though before I said I will draw, it has changed now. Okay. I have changed the plan. League of Legends. Drawing as a habit. And last. New sources. I guess this is fine. The problem I have with this is the line width is not big. It's a bit better, I think. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. File, export. Yeah. PNG. Only this. Where does it say area here? Stream 24. Just check if that's the case. Okay. Yeah. This might be way forward with just text, but anyways. What changes? Do you mean? No, I don't need. All right, that's